Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's Ian Lanseaton, joined here by Shakar Enfi and Ewok Gupta, and we're here for Playdate 12 of the Southeast Asian Pro League for the last week of the Southeast Asian Pro League. Infian, how are we feeling about this Season 10 finale we're looking at here?
Indeed, we are at the halfway point today of this week, and it's looking very, very good. We saw some great matchups yesterday, a bit of fun, and a bit of a pretty intense battle, I would say. And after that, today we have some strong matchups, of course, available.
Yeah.
Both teams, they are going to be playing Team Void as well as Luminescent. These two teams are fighting each other for the relegation spot, to get out of the relegation spot. So they're playing different teams tonight. Yesterday they played each other. They won a map each. That means that the gap between them is still at 2 points. So tonight it's going to be a bit of a battle. You can see the gap between them at the bottom. Luminescent still in 7th place. There's only going to be one relegation this season, and because Script Esports were disqualified, of course, so only the bottom two will be, bottom two normally would be relegated, and the top 6 continue on to next season. So it's just between Team Void and Luminescent, and perhaps even Team MBT if Luminescent can strike a body blow to Next Esports tonight.
You're absolutely correct, and we went over this yesterday in great detail for all those that did miss out. But essentially, Luminescent need to pretty much beat Nex, and Void need to just completely lose everything. It's not very likely that's going to happen, but anything can really happen. We see that we have Nex and Luminescent coming up for our first double matchup, moving on to Void and MBT. And we said this yesterday, Luminescent came back like a very different team. They were playing much more confident, and now that they're playing a sister team, a brother team, Nex Esports, all these players have been friends and they've been competing together for a long time, but now they'll face off against one another for a last bout. One last match between the two. And then we're going to be seeing Team MPT / Impetus Gaming now coming back into the next season versus Team Void, who have been generic, who have been Void, who have been Adamas, all those things. But we're looking at Luminescent's roster right now, and NanoKids, Believe, Holiday, TCH, and AKA9 have been performing really well based on yesterday's performance. NanoKids and Believe especially. Not even to mention, and don't forget, NanoKid's Maestro's rotations on Bank. That was crazy. I didn't expect him to pull that kind of stuff off, but he definitely came through. He looked so much stronger, and he definitely brought a lot of value to their team. DCH also as well, and along with the rest of the team, definitely had some very good moments last night against Team Void.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Next Esports are going to be confident enough to bring Luminescent to Bank. Yes, we have seen some questionable stuff from them on Bank in the past, but look at Next Esports: Warbar, Kirisaku, Pew Pew, Red Sun, and Funlex, who I believe was Peaky.
Yeah, so Funlex / Peaky. Peaky might be a substitute player, we don't know. But Red Sun is there as well, and we talked about Red Sun a lot because it's been a real hot debate, but why is he back in Pro League but only on Nex and not on Xavier? We're not too sure what the background story behind that really is, but all we do know is that all these players on that roster are gunners, and these guys are absolutely nuts. You're going to see them come in real hard, real hot, and they're going to be a very different team. They're going to play like they're brand new, and honestly, it's kind of scary thinking about it, Infian.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to see what happens. Red Sun really is one of the top players in Southeast Asia. Of course, when he was with Xavier went nigh undefeated against Airwolf, except for the first time that they met, and even then, Xavier Esports coming out of nowhere, just straight from the Challenger League without any Pro League experience, just playing Go Force, they took a map off of Airwolf. So that was absolutely incredible stuff.
And I mean that was real big last night. The matchup between the two, it's real crazy. We're looking going forward into tonight's games. Honestly, for MBT and Void, I'm really expecting Void to take it out. But looking forward into our first matchup between Luminescent and also Luminescent and Nex, it's kind of obvious to me that Nex are going to take this away. But Luminescent should put up a pretty good fight. They have been training together for a long time, and it does look like we're going to be going to Consulate first.
Indeed, these are interesting bans. Of course, Clubhouse and Border can't be played. They're the default bans. Villa, Cafe, Bank, and Coastline, the next ban. So Consulate's a new one this week, I would believe. And excited to see what these two teams have on offer. Consulate being a smallish map, a squarish map. And you have to be very, very precise. You have to know exactly what you're doing. And you need to be very good on the window repels as well. It's a map that will absolutely reward you if you know what you're doing on the windows. But if you are poor at catching the runouts, you are going to be punished. So it's a game of who has a better defense, who has a better offense. It comes down to small margins.
Yeah, there's a lot of runouts that go behind Consulate as well. If you're not putting Claymores down at the right spot, or if they ban a Nomad, things could go wrong or they could go very well for your team. It is a map where even the attackers have to really consider which angles they're going to push in regards to the fact that there are just so many windows. It's not really the safest possible method to really actually just push up from any of the staircases. They come in from all angles, and honestly can turn real pear-shaped for them. So they're gonna have to decide exactly what they're gonna do, but it really does change things around.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens with next esports lineup. You know, Warbark, Pew Pew especially, and of course Red Sun. The three of them together can do so much damage. Peaky obviously a bit new. He hasn't quite achieved his cap yet, I would say, but the battle between that trio and, you know, Kurisaku, Nano Kids, these guys together, these guys are absolutely going to be neck to neck. Believe will be one of the main players on Luminescent tonight. If he doesn't perform, we could see next esport could just clean them up.
Yeah, it could just take them away. Honestly, it could be, like you said, it could be a complete wash. Next are very dangerous. Pew Pew, Red Sun. These are scary names to be facing against. And while I do think Nano Kids is a fantastic player and he has some fantastic ability, I feel like he also just sort of like he can just, I don't think he's that much of a hard carry for the team either.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a team game after all. Rainbow Six, Luminescent, and Nex both will require all of their members to be firing on all cylinders. It's not going to be an easy matchup for Nex, of course, but Nex have done bigger things. They have taken a draw against Aerowolf in the season earlier on, so they definitely have a higher ceiling than what we've seen from Luminescent yet. The question is, where are each team going to be playing at tonight? Because a lot of times you have teams that play to their opponent's strength. So when they play against stronger opponents, they'll look fantastic, and you'll be wondering like, wow, I did not expect this from them. But then when they play against a quote-unquote lower tier teams, that consistency isn't quite there, and well, they just end up being problematic.
It really comes down to a matter of whether or not you're overthinking the strategies that you're using. There are a lot of times when I speak to some higher level players and we discuss a lot of the things that happen, and they say, you know what, when we play against these kind of teams, we don't use strats at all. We go in, we use our teamwork, and we just focus on doing the vanilla things, making sure that we win the gunfights, because they'll push us in ways that we can't really expect and really account for.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a give and take. When you are preparing for such kind of games, you have to obviously focus on yourself first, and that's actually what a lot of the top teams have begun doing. They realize that, you know, the way the tournaments are structured, the way the Pro League is structured, sometimes it's difficult.
It can be. It's just really about whether or not these teams coming are going to adapt to the way that most other Pro League teams work and operate, and try to sort of figure out if they're going to change the way they do it, or if they're going to just keep trying to improve their run and gun style. We can see that, I suppose, Xavier have changed it a little bit. They're a splice in between the two, and we're coming to teams like Nex as well. They can be in between, where these guys start playing in a more run and gun style, but they have set understandings of how they're going to attack, who's going to have what role, and where these guys are going to play. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be playing in the most coordinated of matters or fashions. So I'm not exactly sure if it's going to be the best for them, but hopefully in the long term we'll see something more consistent come out of these teams, and that the scene really develops further.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, and right now we're just waiting for the game to start. It's going to be a bit of a delay, some technical issues in the background right now. We're gonna have to wait a bit. So what are the scores you're expecting, Len?
Ooh, for Nex versus Luminescent, I think I'm really feeling that Nex are gonna win, so I'm gonna give them a 7, and I think Luminescent could put up a good fight, but I think they're gonna kind of go down on it. So the best they're gonna get, I think, is a 7-4. And that's me giving Luminescent a discount. If they exceed that scoreline, then, you know, heck, I'll never doubt them ever again. I really won't. But I feel like we're going into things, and it does look like it may just actually be that if we're looking at Void versus MBT. I think MBT is gonna lose. I think Void's gonna take a 7, but I think MBT should do a little bit better than how Luminescent might against Nex. Not that hard of a matchup for them. They are even on the scoreboard, so about like a 5-7. So a pretty close matchup in that sense.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I would have to agree with you. Just maybe give or take 1 or 2 rounds. Tonight is really the test for both teams. This is what Season 10 for them really comes down to. Of course, it is, you know, the last matches for some of them. So tonight's really do or die. You're going to see a very balanced test as well. It's not like you're going to be playing Xavier Esports or Aerowolf going all the way to the top almost immediately. No. Tonight we're going to see two teams that are, you know, quote-unquote higher tier, but also enough of a test, enough of a possible test for them to pass for Luminescent. So I am excited to see what Luminescent has to offer. Obviously, yesterday we were talking about how Luminescent has looked a lot more refined, a lot more regimented, and if they can continue that on, build upon that. Obviously, console is a different map. They might not be as practiced on it, but we'll have to see. It looked good overall for Luminescent, I would have to say.
I have to agree with you there. They are, like I said yesterday, they're looking better. They're looking stronger. They're coming in and they have a little bit more confidence, and they've got a little bit more coordination. But before we go into the match, because we do have a delay, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna throw into a bit of a break, and we'll come back as soon as the games get started. Just because we're not actually sure how long it may take to sort out the technical difficulties in the background, instead of us waffling over the microphones and kind of just trying to entertain you for no reason. So, Until then, you guys stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
have to think twice. It's hard to keep smiling when I try to set things straight. You don't even listen. I'm just getting late, like you're on a mission. Dawn in desire, and you have to think twice. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I reincarnate it, and I reincarnate it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I reincarnate it, and I reincarnate it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. But it wouldn't mend mine. when I'm burning like fire, and you walk all the sides. I'm drawn in desire, and you have to think twice. It's hard to keep smiling when I try to set things straight. You don't even listen. I'm just getting late, like you're on a mission. Drawn in desire, and you have to think twice. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I reincarnate it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart, and I reincarnate it, and I reincarnate it. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. But it wouldn't mend mine.
You make me feel like home. You turn
Hey guys, it's Lan again, Infians here. So if you guys can see, over here on the schedule, we're looking at a 0-7 win to Nex, because Luminescent, we're missing a player for like half an hour. So, because of that, Nex get a default win.
That is correct. So, lesson to be learned. Do not be late. Make sure your entire team is ready and waiting. This is the Pro League after all. And it's a huge loss, especially when you're fighting to not be relegated. It's massive.
It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to lose like this. 0-7, not professional at all, and it really shows the difference between these teams. So next, take a 7-round differential win, and Luminescent are guaranteed now to be into that relegation spot. And this is
almost. Now it makes Void's job a lot easier. They only have to get a draw and then hope for a better round differential, or if they get one win against MBT, that's it. So
you're not getting a better round differential on a 0-7.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, we it's mathematically possible. I think, if I'm not wrong. Wait, let me just pull up the statistics right here. And right now, okay, so Luminescence round differential is okay. Well, it's a -30, and Team Voids is a -22. So you're correct. With this 0-7 loss, Luminescent are relegated.
Well, they're just going to have to fight the relegation matches out against anyone that's going through the Challenger League next season. So after this, Challenger League will be starting around the start of October, correct, Infian? Roughly?
Yep.
Roughly.
Somewhere there. We're still not confirmed the dates, but it's going to start very, very soon. So we won't allow you to be without competitive Rainbow Six for too long.
Yeah, so we're going to keep it up to date, and everyone's still going to get all the action they deserve and they've been longing for. And that goes for Challenger League all over the world. So every scene and every region should have Challenger League players going in and out. So, considering that, Luminescent will have to face off against one of the two teams going through, most likely second place. First team will most likely get the spot in, considering there's only one team being relegated. So, we've got map picks and map bans coming through. We're going to bank for our first map. Sorry, our second map. Second map for the night. The first one was a big 4 feet. So, next have banned out Villa and Clubhouse, and Luminescent have banned out Border and Coastline. Default bans are Consulate and Cafe Dostoevsky.
Yeah, so Consulate obviously being one of the maps that was quote-unquote played just now. Bank, though. Earlier on, I said that, I wouldn't really bring Luminescent to bank, but I guess when Luminescent's relegated, I guess Nyx can try the hand and test out how good their bank is against a team that plays bank fairly often, and yesterday played it pretty decently well.
Yeah, well, as long as Nyx really lock it down, they don't throw it too much, Luminescent shouldn't be able to leverage anything out of this game. Unfortunate that it is going to be bank again, though, because I feel like Nyx would have really read into this, and they've seen it so many times. Nyx are a team that you can't really read too well, just because they don't have a set play style. They just have very strong pairings, and they have a very aggressive pew-pew. So, I'm expecting to see pew-pew go right up to these guys, sprint all the way in, 3-speed twitch, or IQ, or Ash, just right up into their face. No holds barred, and the guy should shred them up.
Yeah, we remember his 1v4 against Airwolf, right? On Bank Basement. Mm-hmm. God, he's this crazy player.
I mean, do you even remember him on any of the other
Yeah, he's on every map.
Yeah, on any other map as well. So
Clubhouse.
Yep. So in Challenger as well. Don't forget.
Oh yeah.
Him in Challenger, absolutely nuts. Some of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. So him coming through obviously is going to be a very different time, and it's going to be very challenging for Luminescent. They're going to have a play day, I think. They're going to be very comfortable with this map. They've played each other many times. I'm sure they've scrimmed each other many times as well, especially since they were sister teams. So they should know one another. They should be able to counterplay one another, but I feel like Nyx aren't going to even sweat on this. Really, it should just be in, like that. Boom. Running through and just nailing all of these games. But you never know. Things can happen. I don't think it's going to be enough to salvage Luminescent, especially with a 0-7 differential. But who knows? We might still get a very good game, a very exciting game for us here tonight for the Southeast Asian Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially, it's a dead rubber game, other than, for third and fourth placing, essentially. Next esports right now, they are at 17 points. Before this 7-0 victory for them, they were at 14. So their only competition is Lasey, and Lasey will be playing tomorrow against Airwolf. So they are now 4 points ahead of Lasey. And if things remain the same, which is quite likely, the Next will get the win tonight, so go on to 20. That will solidify Next Esports into third.
And it's just really interesting to see how this is all going to pan out. So surely the game's being set up and is soon underway. We are going through, and it does look like we should be starting at any moment now. But looking forward into the night that we have ahead of us, I'm actually excited to see how MBT turn up against Void, because MBT, I spoke to them after their game and I said, you know what, you guys are doing so well. I'm so proud of you guys. I cannot believe you guys played the way you did against Lasey. And they were like, you know what? All that hard work paid off. We've been really grinding in our little break over, and I expect that out of every team, honestly. Like, every team should be coming through after the break and saying, you know what, we've been training so hard for this. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. We're looking forward to still improving and, you know, making more changes, not just to the roster, but to our own gameplay style. And now that MBT actually have some decent changes coming through for their roster and their team style and their play, we're seeing that all these players are actually quite starting to shine. But Void are not without changes as well. So Void coming in looking very strong with Detrian, looking very dangerous with Bachelor as usual.
Yeah.
Looking even more dangerous and more secure in that Pro League spot.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And the fact that now in the matchup when they play, they're not going to have the pressure of fighting for relegation. So they might just allow themselves to play a little more calm and achieve a bit of a higher ceiling without the pressure on them. That's going to be helpful. And MBT will be a little annoyed by that, but of course, MBT are safe as well. So that is for later. Right now, we are going to head into map number 2 of our first series. It is going to be Bank between Luminescent and Next Esports, of course. Map number 1 being a forfeit in favor of Next Esports. Here we go.
Bans are coming through. Luminescent is going to be the second one to pick the bans, but Next Esports will first off ban Jackal. So Jackal being taken off the board already is pretty big and pretty interesting to see. Just because that's one of the operators that they normally use quite a bit themselves. To good effect as well. But that's most likely why they're taking it off the board. It's okay because rotations are pretty small. Next banning... Oh no, Luminescent banning Montagne is like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are afraid of Red Sun's Montagne, and fair enough. But I'm not too sure that Montagne ban is really going to affect them too much. But as you said, these two have been scrim partners for a while, and it's likely because of that they realized, you know, Bank is a place where Next likes their Montagne, especially against us. So let's just ban him out.
Probably the better choice here as well. Echo being banned out on top of that, so nothing.
Valkyrie too.
Yeah, I mean,
again, we've seen so many Valkyrie bans like this week.
4 Intel operators getting banned out. That's something we gotta talk about, because these guys are taking out some of the more important operators in the scene as well. So these are huge contributions they're gonna lack moving into this next game here, and I'm interested to see if Next are going to take a very aggressive approach on this, but believe on that gridlock is going to be very interesting.
Well, let's see what happens. GCC is going straight for that Twitch. That is going to be a very, very fearsome setup, but I'm sure that we're going to see enough of strength from Next Esports. Red Sun on the dock is really aggressive pick from him. We don't usually see him play dock, and we might just see him play a roam game, especially with a spawn peak, or he might just be relegated to holding down Garage.
Yeah.
Now, Garage, of course, I just want to quickly touch on that. Usually you hold it with a Maestro and plays an Evil Eye, but as we saw in North America 2 days ago, now they have Nook available. you can just blast your way through, and you can see the Pro League set right as I start talking about her. Nook's available, and she can bypass the camera, she can bypass the auditory cues that you get from running or walking, and that makes garage holds a lot harder. So you're gonna have to hard hold it now.
Yeah, don't forget, Nook yesterday made a big impact when we saw Geometrics actually use it and just demolish.
In USN.
Yep, in the USN. By the way, don't sleep on the USN. Go watch my boy Villy and my boy Stokes. Those guys are nailing it. Blue as well, I think, is on the USN sometimes.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
yeah, and all these they're fantastic cashews. That's fantastic content on the USN as well. So don't forget, every region has a whole bunch of content coming through. Red Sun's taking a very interesting position, though. He's actually not going to go spawn peak. He's actually going to try to hold down the central staircase, Infian.
Yeah, and Pew Pew still waiting for his Electric Claw. So same thing we're seeing from Luminescent as we saw yesterday. A second to first to basement room clear, and I think DCC heard that. I think that was a C4 being prepped.
Maybe.
But mute jammers are going to be very much of an annoyance.
The drone stick.
That is going to...
Oh,
What?
Oh no, it just teleported to the floor. It's okay.
Nice.
Anyway, new hacks, by the way, coming out for the Twitch drone, will be available in season 12. Don't forget. ADS being burned out here, unfortunately, doesn't realize that one member on the blue staircase will be peeking that hard. They've got an angle to make sure that no one gets too aggressive. So now that they've burned a couple of the one of the ADS rounds, it does look like Belief picks up a kill on Red Sun. So that's one of the top fraggers already off the board, and already a good. Oh no, Warbuck telegraphs his position.
No!
And he peeks the wrong way, peeks a little bit too hard to the right. DCZ cleans that up, and there we go. Both of the most dependable players on Next get taken off the board. It's really gonna come down to Pew Pew and the rest of the rest of Next to really clean this up and make sure they secure this win on defense. Because if they lose their first defense round, Enfield, that's a huge waste.
Oh wow, Holiday's taking out Pew Pew as well. Now Funlex is gonna get his party started.
Oh
Here's
my
Samu is
gosh!
over 2, and it's 2v2 just like that. Diffuser is dropped somewhere near, it's right next to Funlex actually. Kirisaku is low, but it's just into DCH and Believe right now.
And we've seen Kirisaku on that same position time and time again. We saw him play against Next Lasay Esports, where he just absolutely demolished half of the team from that one spot. We saw him just do it again, and they're gonna do it again and again, over and over, until someone really learns. But oh my gosh, DCH panics, barely leaves with his life, and he will be taken down by Funlix. That shotgun does bring out the double kill. Believe almost picks up one more in the garage, and it looks like Kirisaku's already going for a rotation around and through the lockers. Does look like Funlex has been down. He will be, he's got one member. He's got the gridlock on him, and Believe is so low. He's gonna go down right here, and Kirisaku cleans that up for Next. Leaving already with, what was that, 4K?
Yeah, I think it was a 3K at the very least. Kirisaku got the 2 in server. Funlex, actually, I think he went AFK, or his mouse disconnected for a hot second there after he got the kill on Hibana. A bit of a scary moment for him, but Next Esports, what a recovery that was. And Kirisaku, obviously, you said, leading the charge inside of servers. And that points to a poor drone game. It didn't clear out Kirisaku's position. When they pushed down server stairs, it was completely blind. And Kirisaku just happy to capitalize.
The man really knows how to make the most out of what he's got. He is a dangerous member on that team, and no player on Next Esports is anything to shake a stick at. These guys are the real deal, and they're gunners through and through. Don't forget, this team has beaten Xavier Esports before, over in the Thai Thai Pro League. So they're a very dangerous team. They're very competitive. Seeing that they just barely clutched that one up, that was huge. Luminescent had a good start, though. I'll give them that.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether Luminescent can repeat the feat. It was a basement attack from them, and it's a good attack. We saw that attack yesterday as well. Second, then first, and then onto the basement. But I think they just got a little too overzealous, and I'm not too sure why. They had the time on their side. They had the man advantage in the side. Perhaps that lulled them into a sense of overconfidence. and that resulted in Luminescent just losing the round when they really should not have. Now, if you're just tuning in,
Welcome to the
well,
show.
welcome to the show. This is actually map number 2, even though it's the first map that we're playing. Map number 1 was supposed to be Consulate, but because Luminescent couldn't get full 5 players ready for the game, they lost the first map, Consulate, by a score of 7-0. So Next Esports collected 3 points there, and now we are onwards to map number 2.
A very unfortunate situation for Luminescent, but you know what? That's what happens when you don't pay attention to the time. Nano Kids also picking up Pew Pew because he wasn't paying attention for some reason. We'll be able to take out some of these castle barricades. The reinforced barricades will be slowly dismantled and removed from a long distance, rappelling over by the lobby. Does look like Zofia is coming in handy quite well, and even though right now, at about after a minute has passed in the second round, nothing more than 1 kill has turned out. It's a big kill, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that the team on defense would be really missing at this point. It's a castle, but they will be missing DCZ. So losing your Twitch this early, I hope he maximized those shock drones, because without that, you're losing a lot of utility. 1 more goes down, there goes Red Sun yet again, not exactly having the best time. But pushing now very aggressively into the janitor's closet. Does look like Holiday peaks quite aggressively and with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of zeal, and oh my gosh, loses the fight. Funlex picks it up with the shotgun, and Holiday is gonna have to take a holiday for the rest of the round, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's right. Track Stingers goes in. DCH does clean up Funlex, so that is a good trade from them. The wall's gonna start to get opened up, so they still have the critical Thermite still on board.
Oh my
Believe's
gosh.
gonna push right in. Kirisaku's coming over for the flank. Not sure if they have a drone or someone watching this. Kirisaku playing this a bit too tentative because Nano Kids is getting the plant down. Actually, if he peeks to the drone hole, he can see the prone Believe. And what on earth? Believe takes on Warbuck, who just gets all cross-eyed over there. And peeking through, he's gonna take down 1. Can he get the second? He's
Oh
right
my
there.
gosh!
He flicks too late, and Luminescent, they're gonna strike back with a round 2 win. Nano Kids, he wasn't even looking, and it was a late response from both players. But Luminescent get away with it.
I just can't believe he missed that kill. That second kill, Kirisaku would have had it, but I think he just panicked. He was tunnel visioning at that point, and you know what? It's just unfortunate. He could have cleaned that up. He had a good position, and he double taped twice. You pay for that kind of those kind of mistakes, you know. You really pay for it. So 1-1 right now. Luminescent finally take a round off next, and it's not too early and not too late into the game either. So will they change this round? Red Sun just thinking, you know what? I'm dying. I'm gonna increase my survivability rate. I'm gonna bring in a shield. I'm gonna be an absolute pest to this team. Will this make a difference for them, Infian?
Well, let's see what happens. It wasn't too bad in the previous round. Obviously, they lost members very quickly, but the recovery in late game from Nexus is strong, but not obviously consistent. So hopefully Red Sun's idea is to bring some of that consistency. We might just see him trying to take inspiration from Ysera from Aerowolf, who dealt Script 2 losses on... Sorry, not Script, who dealt Xavier, the new look Xavier, 2 losses on Bank, using the clash on the second floor. So I think that's what he's going to be trying to do, and it's not a particularly difficult strategy to pull out. You just need to be coordinated well enough with your team.
Coordination is really important in any team, especially when you're facing against gunners like this. So both sides are dangerous in that respect. Oh my gosh, if he was inside the building. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. Funlex here with a couple of bullet holes, or as some of us call them, sweat holes.
Oh yeah.
Some of the sweatiest things you could ever do is look through a bullet hole. Honestly, I think they should change it. They should.
Yeah, it's a mechanic that's so hard to counter.
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna get a change eventually, just like how drop shotting got a big change.
Yeah, it's gonna
But
take a while though.
They'll find a fix for it. I think they should just change bullet holes into like black dots, so the enemy team can see the black dots on whatever they're shooting, right? And then you know, obviously the break apart comes in as usual whenever there's destruction on debris or walls. So DCZ here is going to be trying to peek this long angle with the
Oh,
Twitch.
you're gonna send a drone all the way in?
Oh, if he's got the arm for it, he can Kobe all the way through.
Oh, the call
No.
is perfect! Warbuck goes down! Nano kicks through the window!
I cannot right now. Nano Kids picking up that kill was absolutely insane. Someone check this guy's moss. I don't believe it. But
That has to be a brilliant call and might have just been DCZ's drone that we saw him preparing.
Yep.
So that is top tier communication. We're talking about next needing communication for the Clash. We've just seen some excellent communication from Luminescent.
that is some of the... Oh my gosh, this headshot. DCH picking up Kirisaku like that is just disgusting. What a clean headshot that was as well. And you know what? He opens it up and he barely lives out of this. Believe. Makes it out alive and Holiday cleans it up as well. And Luminescent win round 3 flawlessly. No way this is happening. Oh,
I mean, Luminescent just looked like another beast right now. And this upside down rappel over here in the grand lobby skylight. And look at how patient Luminescent played that, alright? They didn't take any unnecessary risk. They got a bit of map control. And they just let Next Esports peek into them. Just slowly but surely, Next Esports came into their view. And it was just free kills for Luminescent. That is some excellent play from them, honestly.
An amazing time to be alive right now. Luminescent, the bottom relegated team, is taking out Seed 3, Next Esports. By the way, who have Red Sun 00. Red Sun Senpai is just... he's been nailing it everywhere he goes. But now that they're playing like the bottom team, and we spoke about this before, right? When you're just playing like the bottom team for some reason, you stop thinking. Nothing makes sense anymore. And maybe they're overthinking it, maybe they're like being too fancy and they're not and they're being like read into. But honestly, regardless of what you think the excuse is, Luminescent are playing fantastic Siege at this point, and it's just amazing to see that they're taking and they actually have a lead on Next. I don't care if this lasts forever. The fact that this actually happened.
And it's not like a scrappy lead. It's a lead that is pretty confident. Honestly, on this basement attack, if their drone just a bit better on Kirisaku, that would have been a round win as well. And they would be 3-0 up. And whoa, Pew Pew, is he going for the spawn peek? Yes, he is.
Oh my gosh.
Jumps out. He's not going to see anyone. He's going to go right back in. Is he going to get punished for it? No, he's going to survive and get away. So, Luminescent get away with that one, and so does Pew Pew.
Warbucks gonna put down some of the overlords and they will deny all information, as an overlord will, and control the actual corridor here. So Nano Kid's already on that rappel.
Oh,
interesting
dear.
to see a Fragmite, or a Thermite as you may say, actually do that. That doesn't seem like something he should be doing, really. It's not really his job. That's what I thought DCZ would have been doing, because he was doing that before. I thought they just revert him back to doing that again because he worked so well on it. He's gonna be back on the turn. Oh no, Gridlock's Red Sun's gonna pick one. Believe picks one up and he doesn't realize one's around the corner. Oh my gosh,
no.
how do you relay information that slowly that you just let him walk away like that? I cannot believe that happened.
DCZ, at least he got the refrag. It took him a while, and I don't know why it took him so long. But
I mean, it probably took him a while to realize where he got killed from.
Yeah, probably.
You know, the Believe at least.
Yeah, it was so quick. The moment he came in, he died
instantaneously.
So now DCZ collects a second after, you know, he fell to the ground earlier on, very unfortunately. 20 HP for DCZ, but he still collected 2 kills. Pew Pew goes down, so that is pretty much all of the roam game nullified. The rest of Next Esports is on site. You saw Kirisaku in Cash, Funlex is inside of the elevator, Warbuck inside of Red Hall. So free map control for Luminescent.
Absolutely free. No contest whatsoever. Holiday's gonna do a little bit of droning himself as he goes down here. We switched over to DCZ, so it's not the same person anymore. Does look like we've got a couple of the drones being taken out here. He's gonna be rotating over right into the main stairs. He's got a little bit of spare time available to him, but that F2 is gonna be absolutely instrumental. He doesn't realize that there's one member at the bottom of the stairs. He's gonna peek this wide. I don't think he realized. Oh my gosh!
What?
What?
What a
What kind of pre-fire is that? What kind of pre-fire is
that
that?
like that?
Well, DCZ does, obviously. I don't know, man. What timeline are we in right now? DCZ is absolutely helping dismantle Next Esports with a triple kill right now, and Kirisaku are on one man. I mean, Next Esports is on one man, and it's Kirisaku. My brain isn't working right now because I can't compute how crazy this is. Kirisaku has a double kill, and it's 1-2 right now with 7 seconds left on the clock. The plant has to be going down, or they're absolutely wasting time.
Where's the plant?
Surely they're putting it down. There we go. The plant is starting to go down. The diffuser is happening. The diffuser is happening, but oh my god. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't contain myself. That was some of the craziest stuff I've seen in the Southeast Asian Pro League.
So Kirisaku almost clutched it out. He got those 2 kills from inside of Cash Room. And for some reason, NanoKids was very, very reluctant to put the plant down until the time started ticking away. Risky on his part, but he survives. If Kirisaku had gotten the 3rd kill as well, he would have been in a lot of trouble. But Luminescent making that basement attack work this time around. Scrappier than their second floor attacks have been, but it's the same pattern. They get an early advantage and a significant early advantage, and then of course they go on to the site execute. So Next are losing this before it even gets close to the bomb site, and that is a big problem. They need to fix that ASAP. If not, they're going to have a bad time on defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Something has to change. Next Esports can't be dropping it like this. Luminescent with 3-1 right now. I can't believe how this is. It should be 4-0. It should. Like, I can't right now. Okay, get it together, Lan. I just. My gosh.
So Kirisaku has brought out the Capcan, and I'm not too sure whether this is really the best choice. Now, of course, they get to defend basement again after failing to defend it just now, but we have seen that time management so far against Nex has not been a problem for Luminescent. These guys are making the roam clear happen so efficiently. They're getting picks, and then they're going onto the bomb site with like a minute and a half to spare, which is why when you saw just now DCZ on the main stairs, he took so long to decide what to do, and then when he finally decided, that pre-fire into Funlex was absolutely wild. So he has the luxury of time. He's not panicking.
Okay. 2 minutes 30 seconds, 2 minutes 28. Does look like DCZ is going to get onto that upstairs roam clear. So we're not playing Twitch as a support or information gatherer right now. We're looking at Twitch as probably the best gun in the game. So
yeah, she's a great entry fragger.
Absolutely. 3 speed, fantastic gun, almost no recoil. She ticks all the boxes. Small hitbox too. So Warbark is going to be around the corner, has the ERC activated, is hidden. They don't exactly... Oh, there we go. Holiday...
He's not hidden from the gun sights.
Nope. He's up there in plain day. So Holidays clears out Warbark, and there goes one of your more dependable operators as well. And usually we do see Warbark on that anchor game. But these days, now that he's on this roam game, I'm not sure if that's working out for Nex so far, because on a 3-1 scoreline with Luminescent really leading it, no one's going to be underestimating Luminescent anymore. And 2, Nex are going to have to really rethink what you're doing with their roster and how they're actually applying their skills to these game plans. NanoKids gets to work on that front teller's hatch, and it does look like they're pre-firing literally almost everything. Maybe not the wrong choice here, but they're definitely giving away and telegraphing a lot of their positions. Surely they will get this elevator hatch as well. No one really to contest that. While DCC's done with his roam game upstairs, then maybe he'll pre-fire and get another lucky kill here on these stairs.
Oh, he does the same pre-fire. This time there's no Funlex waiting for him, but that means he has taken control of main stairs. It's a very strong position, and Luminescent, these guys are happy to continue their rear side push that we saw yesterday. And it's a rare push, but Believe unfortunately missing his shots onto Pew Pew. Pew Pew has no C4 to down and finish off Believe, so likely that Believe will get picked up. No, Pew Pew is actually going to go down. That's a great pre-fire. Honestly, DCZ, he's going to take a bit more damage from Red Sun. So both the pickups are going to come out from above and below, and the game restarts once more.
Red Sun peeking very aggressively,
Oh,
picks up a very nice kill onto Believe, and it does look like
It's
he...
just everyone finishing off each other. Like, I'm gonna finish the job.
This
but
is-
now time.
This is the Thai Pro League, by the way, and oh my gosh, Holiday picks up a double kill. They're rotating all the way back in. Kirisaku and the Capcan with the 9x19 VSN. He's gonna be holding all the way in vault. He has to rotate quite aggressively. Throws the impact to rotate through. Pre-fires a couple of angles.
No
Picks
way.
up one on
No
DCH.
way.
Doesn't deny the plan. And Luminescent win round 5. It's a 4-1. I cannot believe Nex are completely dropping the ball on this. And Luminescent are taking huge lead.
Nano Kid's so lucky on that. It was 15 seconds when push came to shove. And Nano Kid's once again late on the plant, but he gets away with it yet again. This time luckier than the previous round even. That was actually crazy from them. I mean, wow. It came down so close, and that battle over on the top hatch, it wasted both teams' times. But pre-fires again, you talked about the Thai players. Goodness gracious, the pre-fires coming out, the crosshair placement from Luminescent, what we've seen tonight, it is absolutely insane. The moment they swing around, the crosshair is aimed at the head.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Some of the best gameplay I've ever seen. And this is the Luminescent that was playing yesterday, by the way, where they were playing good yesterday. But what? I don't. Oh man,
This is
this
unprecedented.
this is the best time I've ever had casting Southeast Asian Pro League, and this is what I live for, Infian. I love the underdog story. I love upsets like this, and I just love it when teams like Luminescent step it up after like, what was it, a month and a half, 2-month break, and then everything's gone completely haywire. No one knows what's happening. Up is down, down is up, and Luminescent are destroying Next Esports.
Yeah, and one of the members that we were hoping to fire but hasn't, it's Red Sun. He's not done much of note. Maybe he's gotten 2-3 kills at most in the 5 rounds that have been played, and that is extremely poor. It's a very late spawn peak coming out from Warbuck, and he's actually going to miss out on a potential kill.
Yeah, I feel
Warbuck
like
also has not turned up.
I feel like he hasn't been in this role for very long. A hot breach coming in from DCZ, and he's expecting quite a easy welcoming party. So nothing going on too crazy right now. Skylight stairwell. Bleh. Clear, safe. He's gonna get on with this upstairs roam clear as we saw before. So DCZ's obviously the entry fragger for the team, and he's obviously doing a fantastic job. Warbuck in a similar spot that we saw him last round. Didn't work out so well. He's got the SMG-12 available for him now. Can he control that recoil? Because that's the kind of recoil that changes things around. But DCH noticed that he saw the ERC activate on his screen. So he's like, you know what? Vigil's around here somewhere. If he's not upstairs, he's downstairs, guys. Oh my gosh. Pre-fire like that from Believe will only pay dividends. But right now, because no one exactly knows where Warbuck is, it's gonna turn out like they're just gonna spend all these resources to flush him out. But they do find Pew Pew. There goes your Jaeger. I'm surprised Kirisaku's not the one operating it this time, considering that Kirisaku's on Capcan yet again. Okay. Oh my gosh, there we go. Warbuck cleans that up, puts the impact down. Doesn't exactly know where the air jab was, so he rotates over. ERC7's back on again, waiting to shoot.
waiting.
Yeah, just whoa, that's so close. This man is threading the needle right now. They don't know exactly where he is. They don't see anything right now, and they can't hear anything either. A couple of shots coming from the blue will distract him. Maybe he gets to rotate by now. No, he's actually holding the
He's
left
gonna
angle.
get this kill, Warbuck.
He's most likely gonna get this kill. I feel like they don't exactly. Oh no, he won't! He'll still pick the kill up. Red side covers his back. DCH goes down, and he pre-fires the window as well. It doesn't connect too well. Nano Kids lives with a little bit of health, but he takes out one more as well. So Warbuck goes down, and it does look like it's a 2-3 scenario. Luminescent finally on the back foot. Red Sun's pushed up quite aggressively, and he's trying to take over the Stylex Skywell, moving back into the blue staircase, and most likely back onto site. Playing a little bit safe. Looks like Believe corners him into the entrance, and he can't go anywhere. Okay.
So Nano Case, he's pushing down the main stairs. He needs to make something happen, and so does Believe. He can't just wait out. Red Sun, however, he can wait and believes, looking to make a drop happen over into Red Vault, and he's gonna drop. He sees the smoke. No, he doesn't. He's just pre-firing blindly. Red Sun, he's the one gonna put a cap on all of this. Kurisaku actually takes down NanoKids with the EDD.
Absolutely.
Finally around
Absolutely
for
insane.
next.
Just in the weirdest way possible as well. So we're seeing these teams swap around now. Can Luminescent actually bring in a stronger defense? What do we remember about Luminescent on defense from yesterday, Infian?
Well, the Luminescent defense with the Maestro, of which we're not seeing right now, which is a bit of a surprise. They sent Maestro and Legion on flanks all the way to the second floor and coming down in the late game. So they left one member on site, and even though they allowed the plant to go down sometimes, that double flank worked so well. And I can't wait to see that again. This time it might not be the Maestro. Looks like they're going with the Doc.
Being defused by attackers.
So that might be the exact thing they need to pull in this time around. NanoKids is fragging out of his mind. The operator is off the same speed, but I feel like he's bringing the Doc because he wants his teammates to survive as long as they can, if not more than they should any other time without the Doc, right? So they're gonna bring it in, try to keep his teammates alive, and try to support his team that way, while still having that fragging power of the MP5.
10 seconds left.
Well, let's see what happens just yet. DCZ is bringing the Commander 9. There has been a debate
To locate a bomb and
since Mosley was released. Which one do you go for? P10 Roni, Commander 9? And the answer is always personal preference.
Yeah, it
So-
really is. It really is, because they're both amazing guns, right?
Trying to trap. No, since
DCZ.
he's not doing too
no.
well.
Oh no, DCZ. Okay, to be fair, it's not exactly the easiest thing to use the pest launcher. It has a little bit of a delay, and you're not expecting it half the time, as well as the
You have to
travel
lead
time.
your shot.
Yeah, you have to lead the shot, and you have to really expect it to come through, and you need to know where the drone's gonna go. So you gotta manipulate it that way. Pew Pew's already downstairs. They know where he is. The wall is soft. He doesn't have to do too much. He has breaching charges, but he's not gonna risk put himself that close. The wall is open. He's probably got that open with the Twitch drone. But now that he's got this tight angle over from behind the desk in the server, it does look like Kirisaku. Oh, Red Sun picking a nice kill into DCH. There goes your Capcan.
And the first time Nex have gotten the opening kill in this entire series so far.
Which is insane, because they should not be. That should not be the case. They should not be losing these opening kills on defense. But now that they're on attack, they're starting to pick these teams apart, and maybe Thai teams are better on attack. I don't know anymore. Holiday picks up a kill onto Red Sun. It does look like he goes down. Habana off the charge, and off the roster. It does look like I mean, like,
have recovered their
Habana used 2 X Kairos. Didn't get to use the third, I think. We didn't see it. But oh no. Believe looks away at the wrong time. He gets punished for that. And Kirisaku picks up a nice kill. Pulls the next thermic by accident, but does rotate out. And most likely will be going down the main stairwell. Pew Pew picks up a kill onto Holiday, and Luminescents are falling apart at the seams. NanoKids
Where's
all the way.
NanoKids?
Yeah, I mean, he's rotated way too far away.
No one's on site.
No one expected him to be here. He's going to come through with a very late roam. Does look like DCZ is going to push down the main stairwell as well. Plant is going down, and the diffuser looks like will be successful. No one's contesting over by the vault and over by the archives.
attackers.
But it's like NanoKids will be trying to rotate upstairs. So we saw him do this yesterday. They do expect him to be here again, but they're facing the wrong angle. NanoKids picks one apart. It does look like a 1-2 scenario. And in this instance, in this position, the best he's gonna get.
He has no time.
He's gonna go Super Saiyan on these guys, man. Kirisaku's looking up. He's not gonna expect them downstairs, but Pew Pew's looking the completely wrong direction. He's gonna go through. No one's gonna know exactly where he is, but you know what? He's gonna run out of time real soon. He loses the duel, and next Esports win round 7.
So next Esports looking to start their attacking round with a bang, and it's a good attack from them. Very similar to actually how Luminescent was doing it. They got early picks, and when they started getting closer and closer to site, it was a fairly easy take. We didn't see too much drama over there. A lot of the action that's happening here is off-site. Most of it, in fact.
I feel like the rotation from the roamers came in way too late. And
Yeah.
yes,
And
they
go
were
too
good.
far.
They were good rotations. They got a lot of kills. They actually they fragged a little bit, but it was too late. Like you said, too far. They didn't really time it very well, and Nex read into this. They were like, you know what? I only see like 3 guys here. Let's just rush this right now. They didn't even rush it. They just played it methodically. They picked up some good kills, and Luminescent just dropped the ball on some of these defenses, peeking it too close to an opened mirror. Not exactly the wisest choice.
Yeah. Especially when you know that there is an angle from above. So poor play from Believe in that round. But now we're gonna see Nano Kids go on to his Maestro, even though they're defending onto the second floor. So they are not interested in trying to defend the basement again and possibly allow Nex to tie things up. Holiday, he's on the dock this time, so it's a very, very slow setup, I would say. 2-3 speeds only. Nano Kids is going to be instrumental once again, and we're still not seeing any Nook come out. And Nook's one of the stronger operators on Bank, I would say. And look at that, Kurisaku with 11 kills. He's just dragging Nex along pretty much solo at this point.
Like I said before, these guys are coming in with the hard carries. I'm expecting a lot of the members on Luminescent to really pick up their game. They're all having very good moments individually, but just not very consistently. DCH peeking in a very aggressive spot. I'm not sure if this is exactly what he wants to do. He realizes that one is directly above him, doesn't exactly know where. And he's waiting for the right moment for someone to rotate in. They're not going to expect him to be behind this pillar. And oh my gosh, he picks up 1, he picks up 2, and they drop the diffuser. They're going to ping through and they're going to tell him exactly where this Jaeger is. They pre-fire downstairs and he will get killed. But that's 2 members off the board. And that's your Thermite and your Twitch. You're losing firepower and you're losing your hard breach. Red Sun.
One of them, man. Yeah.
Oh man, Red Sun's got a lot of work ahead of him. The hard breach is successful. They will be opening this wall up, but it does look like Funlux has a lot of work to do himself as well. Claymore picks up Believe, and Funlux picks up one for himself as a refrag on himself. You know, from the grave.
Well, it's a jump out. It is a jump out. It works really well. Nano Kids, he needs to be healed up by Holiday. Holiday has all 3 stims left, and the Maestro, if he's on 100 HP, we have seen. Oh my God, he's still going for the jump out.
Excuse me.
The confidence from this man, he's gonna get shut down, immediately traded off, and they're trying to rotate. Can Holiday get there in time? Either refrag or revive. Nope, he's not quick enough.
Oh my gosh. He knows exactly where he is. Oh, I mean, he knows what room he's in. He doesn't know exactly where he's sitting. Red Sun is going to do a little bit of droning for himself, and he's going to scan and scope out the scene. He's putting the drone in to the CEO office, and he does realize that the dock is inside. Janitor now rotating over into the meeting. Pre-fires a little bit, doesn't exactly connect too well, but the Vintage Medical will boost him a little bit, and the P90 with the ACOG should do the job. It's got 50 rounds in the mag, and he might just pick up this kill. If he's able to control that recoil, it's going to make a huge difference. A lot of the X-Kairos are going to be taking out that wall, and possibly also the drone. And oh my gosh, Holiday picking up a very nice and methodical kill into Red Sun. Luminescent win round 8, and they're still in the lead. What is happening?
Luminescent just firing back, and that's a very nice kill from Holiday. He hit it right on the first time. Couldn't quite control the recoil as well as he would have. But doesn't matter, he got the kill and got the round win. They are 2 rounds away from winning this.
I can't even believe this is happening. This is an amazing time to be alive. So we're looking at Nex Esports 3-5, and this already exceeds my prediction from before, Infian. So my prediction before was that Nex would take this 7-4. Luminescent not only are in the lead, but they are at 5 round wins on Bank. It's a damn shame that they actually forfeited the first map, because they could have actually won twice.
Yeah, I mean, seeing this, I don't think Consulate would have been a cakewalk for Nex for sure. And who knows, they might have guaranteed themselves a spot in the Pro League next season. Of course, they could still come back running the gauntlet of the Challenger League yet again in Season 10. So what's going to happen for Luminescent is these guys are already relegated. They're going to drop down to Season 10 of Challenger League. If they're top 2 Challenger League, they're going to come back to the Pro League and play in Season 11 of the Pro League. So it's almost as if they were never gone. And MBT Impetus, These guys did the same earlier on, and Luminescent gonna be trying to become the second team to do that.
So a lot of things are going on right now. DCZ is going to be on that pulse. So the first time we're seeing him on this operator here today. And he will be pushing himself onto this bomb, trying to get a little cheeky angle all the way into the lobby. NanoKid's going to be reinforcing a lot of the archives, and DCH is on that similar position before. And the last time he picked up the double on this spot, it was just poor droning. No one really scoped it out very well. Kind of disappointed in some sense, but we're seeing that DCH is rotating over. NanoKids is just around the corner, and he's got the... Oh, he gets deleted by Red Sun. I cannot believe that headshot came out in that manner. But they're going to get to work on the wall. So after he covers for himself, he's going to start opening up some of this hard breach, hard surface, while DCZ draws in a little bit of information about the enemy team. So he's going to scan around as well. Are they safe from that vertical play? One more member on Luminescent gets taken out, and does look like Nex are in a strong lead right now. Pulse gets taken down there, and on a member deficit like this is not exactly what you want to be.
No one's on site yet again. It's always the Romans at the end. And it happens so quickly. It's within 1 minute. Pew Pew is going to take one more down. DCH off the board. It's just believe in a 1v5. Can't even get one. Flawless.
A lot of flawless rounds coming through from both teams. And it does look like it's going to be a little bit inconsistent as we go through. Inconsistent in the sense of the team's actual performance. And if they're turning up or not. But these roams coming in from Luminescent are just not working out. They're coming in way too late. They're way too far away. These on a map like Bank where there's so many long angles, you don't want to be droning and putting yourself so far away that by the time you come back, everyone's dead. You've got no one to back up. Your entire anchor team is going as dead. The plant is going down, and you're against like 3 or 4 members all alone. That's never gonna work out. These roamers have to come back as soon as the first man dies, and they need to just soft anchor next to each other for refragability, because right now these guys are anchoring in positions where no one can cover them.
Well, let's see what Luminescent have to offer on this second attempt to defend the basement. The first time around it did not go well for them, but as we just saw, the archives tell us defense went even worse. So this has been a characteristic of both these teams' defenses. As you said, roam is not working. It gets cleaned up so quickly, so easily. So maybe the better idea is to just hang tight on site, bring a lot of utility denial, such as a pulse maybe, which I'm surprised not to see. The mirror has been dropped this time around. Holiday is on the Maestro. NanoKids is on the dock. It's interesting and it's a change from yesterday night. And I'm not too sure if it's the best idea.
Maybe. I'm not too sure. I don't think we've seen smoke. Smoke being played too much here for Luminescent so far. NanoKid's back on that dock with a very deep roam yet again. I don't know what the point of this is, because last time he was over by the entrance. And he made it. He got a couple of frags, but it does look like Pew Pew is up to Pew Pew things as usual, pushing in quite soundly and safely. They obviously have no clue where he is. They don't even know where the drone is right now. DCH gonna be roaming over. He sees the man is gonna be popping up, and wow, there we go. Pew Pew cleans that up real quick. Predicts the kill, predicts the movement, and he catches him on a rotation. Luminescent is gonna go down. One member on DCH. It does look like Red Sun also goes down, so our prolific Red Sun not doing so well. Not doing so well today, Infian. Oh no. Funlex misses the concussion. DCZ isn't concussed, and oh, there he gets the second concussion through. Hides behind the bomb, and it looks like Kirisaku does go down. So,
Thermite gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Thermite. Not the Legion, by the way. Yeah, DCZ is still alive, if anyone's asking. He's right here. So he's still got 2 nanotoxin goo mines available for him. Does look like Pew Pew's fighting against a very hard angle in a very precarious spot. Warbuck picks up 1 onto DCZ with the L8. It does look like a 3-on-3 right now is favorable for Nex, pushing through. But Luminescent are still in a good position, and they still don't know exactly where this where this Maestro is right now. Believe still has 3 remote gas grenades and can delay Pew Pew for a very long time. Picks up this chalk drone, and he surely will start to delay some of this entry points, because right now it's about prime time. He should be able to deny any entry from that one door for 45 seconds. It's now or never, but he's not using that utility right now. I'm starting to get real upset.
He's so close, Nano Kids, to getting this kill. Funlex is just gonna drop into sight. So I was just noticing how A was completely unguarded, and the plant is gonna start to go down. And this is all too easy. This has to come out from Nano Kids. But why does Warbuck fall off? The jump comes out from
my
Believe
gosh.
through his own smoke. Funlex goes down, and they don't know where Warbuck has gone. This is chaos on both sides. Warbuck's inside of Red Hole. Defenders have become attackers. Attackers have become defenders. And Warbuck is going to collect the lead. And there we go. He sees the Maestro inside. He's going to start getting the plant down. 7 seconds. Nanokis is going to survive a Claymore. Holiday is taking out Pew Pew. Can he stop the plant? Yes, he can. And that is Luminescent holding strong.
On
Absolute chaos.
On 6 points, by the way, the lowest they get for this is a tie, and they can pull in a win. Luminescent are just so good today. What's happening?
Nex isn't playing well either.
Yeah. I think it's Nex just not playing well, because it just looks like they're not prepared. They're not in sync. They're pulling up some really whack stuff. This is just not on. I expect better from Nex, because we've seen Nex play just absolutely insanely. And Luminescent are just really, like you said, capitalizing on their mistakes. Capitalizing on the lack of efficiency coming from Nex. And yeah, Nex won, but they're losing to the bottom seed team, and they're going to take out a 1-1 draw? This is an interesting timeline we're in, by the way, guys.
Yeah, a draw at best, and honestly, it just makes me sad, as we mentioned this earlier on. If we had seen the map 1 from Luminescent, I'm sure they would have given a good battle there as well. Of course, Bank is Luminescent's best map, so we are seeing the best of Luminescent right now, fired up and ready to go. And Red Sun has brought the Blackbeard this time around. We saw yesterday from Detrian just how strong a Blackbeard can be when attacking the second floor.
I'm gonna say that Detrian got lucky and has some of those shots.
Yeah,
honestly, he should not have lived through some of those.
It's Blackbeard.
Yeah, it's Blackbeard. I mean, like,
power.
what do you expect? You know, what do you expect from Blackbeard? There we go. Yep.
10 seconds.
There we go. That's exactly what we expected from Blackbeard. Oh, he might get the second if they get too greedy and just don't do it again. A couple of pings are going down. They know exactly something's going to happen. He's going to vault out and he's still going to lose it. Oh my gosh. Red Sun with a double kill onto DCH. That's Luminescent getting way too ballsy, and they were like, you know what? I'm going to get this Blackbeard. No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
He fires straight into the shield. So we talked about it just now. Like, well, Blackbeard doing Blackbeard things. Detrian got quote-unquote lucky. And this time it was DCH just picking a fight with the wrong operator.
The wrong time as well. I feel like Red Sun was really prepared for that. He definitely heard the melee and he was anticipating that. Holiday whips a whole bunch of shots, doesn't pick up the kill at all, and Pew Pew's still alive, by the way. Hanging around the corner there. Pew Pew is dropped critically low, but the window behind Holiday has been opened up as well. The man is in a bit of a pinch, but Pew Pew, all he has to do is sit and wait. The man has to just hold on for time and wait for the rest of his team to re-coordinate and reconvene in order to make this push happen. The wall has been opened up by the Thermite. It does look like Red Sun puts a couple of shots through the wall, and Holiday finally collects the Wandering Ash. A couple of flashbangs miss, and it does look like he may just get one more. Oh, drops a whole lot of HP. But Nano Kid's over in the lobby.
What a long angle.
Yeah, exactly. And he gets refragged from the same long angle. So Warbuck cleans that up. Well done, taking out the Blackbeard, leveling up the playing field just a little bit. But between Believe and Holiday, I believe that this should be the round. They still have a lot available to them. They have the Elder, they have, I believe, the SMG-11, both fantastic guns, and they're both in a great position. They've got all the surveillance they require in order to make the right decisions here. And as they do see that some of the EMPs are coming out, and they've taken out the Evil Eye. That's a little bit more information for Believe and his teammates to make. They know the breach is coming down. They're gonna peek this quite aggressively. He might just peek up this kill with the ACOG on the Alta 556, and as one pushes through, all the utilities being used to try cover an entrance here. A lot of pre-firing is gonna go down just to see if they can guess a movement here. But Zofia over by the actual half wall, it does look like Kirisaku's actually pushed in very aggressively into the janitor and now the conference room. He refrags from Warbuck and he picks up the kill on Believe. It does look like a 1-2 situation with Holiday on the Alda 556. 13 seconds left in the clock. All he has to do is sit tight, check his cameras a little bit. But why aren't his teammates conveying that information for him? The diffuser is successful. It has gone down. All they have to do is wait, and the roles have swapped once more. Holiday is in a position where he's now in a precarious spot. He has too many angles to cover, and he's just tunnel visioning into this ADS. No, not with this dangle and not with Kirisaku holding that angle. Holiday goes down, unfortunately not acting fast enough and being a little bit too fast. It did cost them that round, although Believe did get a very nice C4 kill.
Yeah, that was almost a recovery from Luminescent, not quite able to pull it off. And yeah, I noticed that too. Why wasn't the Maestro told that, hey dude, your evil eyes are gone, don't bother with them, go for the kills with the gun?
He should have
that information.
He should have heard it,
cleared,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, we heard it.
Even if he didn't hear it, no matter what, suppose comms were loud, but even if comms were loud, they should have been relayed that we have no eyes on diffuser, there's no Maestro cam, what have you not. And if there was a Maestro cam, then that was a bit late from Holiday.
That's the lack of teamwork they have right now and the lack of trust that they have in one another. I mean, in that situation, he should not be on the cameras. The last two members should not be on surveillance at all. They have 3 dead members that can look at the cameras for them. That's all they require, and they don't need anyone to sort of tell them what to do. I mean, they don't need anyone to be like, hey, check your camera, I'm not sure where this guy is. They should be like, you know what, this guy's right here. Or we don't, like you said, we don't have any comms. We've got no eyes. We've got no information. Just play your game, you know? None of that came through.
It could have been a lot closer for Nex. I mean, a lot more comfortable for Nex as well. Pew Pew was in a very, very strong position all the way inside of the CEO. And he got shut down by Holiday, of course, but he could have done a lot more damage if he had been just a bit luckier. We didn't quite get to see what happened, but so early on he was inside. So Luminescent, they have a lot of work to do here on the second floor defense if they want to come away with a win.
Yeah, DCH trying to find a sneaky little peek hole and a little bit of a sweat hole here. I'm not sure if it's gonna work out. A bit of a client side.
I don't think you can see through.
I
don't know.
I think spectator client sided debris is different from ours.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, exactly.
So maybe not, but surely, regardless, it's a pretty dirty angle if it does work out for them. Pew Pew's going to be over in the bank garage, clearing it up, and it does look like it's going to be an easy time for him, clearing it all the way up the main stairs. A lot of dronings going down, and Kirisaku does realize that the skylight stairwell is available for them to push in, clear, and secure. It does look like Funlex has a little bit of droning done as well over by the lobby, and that's a fantastic place to leave your drone, actually.
Yeah, and one thing I just wanted to note quickly, Pew Pew is still going with the Twitch with that solo roam clear. Still surprised that no Thai team has tried to bring out the Nook. It's really what fits their playstyle so perfectly, and the way that Pew Pew is doing it right now. He's gonna get taken out by Nanokits, but instantly, wow, what a shot from Kirisaku. Peeks and takes him down without hesitation.
No hesitation whatsoever. Red Sun doesn't realize the kill right behind that wall. Obviously, no line of sight available to him. He won't be able to rotate through that line of sight either. One X-Kairos did not pop in time. It looks like they might be coming from a flank from the janitor closet. It does look like it's not in time for them to react. DCZ cleans up Red Sun, and the X-Kairos are left on the wall, unable to be popped. Luminescent still in the lead right here, and they might just pull off this round here. DCZ still has one nanotoxin right in his back pocket, should be able to pop that anytime soon. And Kirisaku has to reposition upstairs into a more secure spot while Warbuck decides to actually hold this angle from behind one of the little, what is that, a little table? Little stand?
Well, it is disadvantage for the attackers right now, which allows Nanokits to be fairly quiet, So right now he's not involved in the round. Is not too bad for his team because it's still 3v3 on site, and
Here we go.
it's gonna be a peek right into Holiday's crosshairs.
And I mean, that's just fantastic patience coming from
Wow.
him. Kirisaku punishes Nano Kids, and it does
Wow.
look like Luminescent are tied up now 2-2. Does look like, oh, another refrag coming out from DCZ with a double kill with the T5 SMG. He puts an impact out. It does look like Kirisaku is a bit flustered. He doesn't know exactly where to push, but he's dropped down to 5 health. This might exactly be it. Luminescent sitting on 13 seconds. They don't have to do anything whatsoever. All they have to do is hide. Kirisaku's got nowhere to go, nowhere to plant it. And this man is fighting against the world. He's going to get through the barbed wire, but you know what? He's just playing out of time. The man has nothing to do, and a nanotoxin goo mine takes him out. I cannot believe Luminescent take away map 2 after a forfeit and after taking out the 3rd seed team in the Southeast Asia Pro League that's been so notoriously well known for just
honestly,
for being one of the best gunners in the scene.
Yeah, even though Next came up from the Challenger League, you could see that there was a clear difference, at least in the first part of the season. Look at that, Nano Kids 13, Holiday 11, so is DCC. And that last round, DCC with those peek outs, those were perfectly timed. Not sure if that was just pure game sense on his side or whether that was a lot of good communication. Because when he peeked onto Red Sun and then onto the Zofia of Funlex, it was perfectly timed just as both operators were caught with their pants down. Red Sun throwing out the flashbang and the impact coming out from Funlex, of course.
Yeah, the impact coming out did throw him off, and Kirisaku was just in the worst position. He could not make a decision, and he dropped too low to make a difference. He had to have 2 free kills to make anything happen there, and it was just... I cannot believe that's what happened tonight in Fien. We are actually far ahead of schedule because we had a first map forfeit, which is a damn shame because I would have loved to see Next take out... I would have loved to see Luminescent take on a 2-0 series against Next and really show up big. And look at us doubting them this entire time. I will forever now give these teams the benefit of the doubt. Sure, I may have my opinions, I may have my preferences, but I will always now forever, I'll say it here, say that any team can win against any team. Any game in Rainbow Six could go anyway. It's just the nature of the scene. This is the nature of the esport.
Very, very strong showing from Luminescent. Really excited to see what they have to offer. Of course, they will be playing in the Challenger League. Their relegation is guaranteed. There's no way. I mean, unless of course
they'll be back. I mean,
it's unfortunate. Honestly, I was hoping they would do better. Right now, there is a possibility that Team Void loses 2-0 against MBT.
By miles. MBT would have to win like 7-0.
No, that will put Team Void 1 point below Luminescent, actually.
Yeah.
So...
Okay, so they just have to lose. They just have to lose.
It's actually possible. MBT are Luminescent's only hope right now. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Okay, look, I'm happy to see Void still stay in the Pro League for the next season. Detrian, Bachelor, all these guys, PT King, all these guys deserve to be here. They deserve to be in the Pro League scene. And we'll be right back after these messages, after this short break. Don't go anywhere. MBT versus Void, coming back right at you. And we're back after a short break, boys and girls. We're going on to MBT versus Team Void. Very interesting matchup coming through, and could possibly be a match that leads to Luminescence relegation, and maybe their only saving grace really being MBT. So it's still me, still Lan, and still here with Infinity Walk, and we're coming into this last matchup. Pretty excited to see how it's going to turn out. Unfortunately, Luminescent won't be playing 2 maps because they did forfeit the first for being late. Don't be late. They could have secured a spot in Pro League, but they were late. So
Yeah, that's right. So have a look at what just happened. Luminescent disqualified, losing the first map Consulate 7-0 without even playing it. But then the comeback really on Bankwater, showing it was from them, and Next playing really poorly as well. So both factors coming together to result in that scoreline. You see 7-5 to Luminescent. So now we're headed towards MBT Impetus Gaming versus Team Void. Now, if Void are to survive into the Pro League and at the same time relegate Luminescent to the Challenger League, they need just 1 point. And the team that's going to try and stop them, try to get the 2-0, is on your screen. Thy Asian Friend, Spider Jowl, Civil, SMZ, and KGBS.
these guys are not to be taken lightly. The Asian Friend and Spider have been performing out of their minds in the last few games that we've seen. Don't forget, don't look down on SMZ either. Li Ming has been he's having some good time and some good rounds as well. Civil is back, and KGBS is a new addition to the roster as well. He was put on before the break, but moving on to Team Void, we're looking at PT King, Bachelor, Jabausi, Stev, and Detrian. Stev has some fantastic positioning and some fantastic moments as well. Detrian coming back into the Pro League after leaving from his previous team, and the rest of them are just still sitting quite tight, still hot in Team Void. So the original roster still showing that they deserve to be here. But looking into a battle between Void and MBT, both teams that have been in the Pro League for quite a while. What do you think is gonna come of our little matchup here?
I don't know. After the first map, well, the only map that's been played so far, I honestly could not tell you what's about to happen. I mean,
no one
these two
can.
teams are really evenly matched, honestly. They are on equal points, 7 points each. Obviously, MBT is just a little bit ahead, but let's look at the map, and we're finally going to see Consulate played after, we didn't get to see it the first time around. Clubhouse, Cafe, the default bans. Villa, Border, Bank, and Coastline, the bans by the teams themselves.
Consulate is a map that we haven't seen just yet. Tonight is a tricky map. We spoke about this before. It's not the easiest map to attack. It's a lot of windows, a lot of dangling, and a lot of runouts as well. Now it's going to happen any side, any point on any side, and it just really becomes hard to start to counter all these aggressive plays that do come up from a lot of these teams. So Coastline being banned out for MBT and Border, not surprised there, but Bank and Villa being taken off by Void is pretty interesting, least to say. I'm interested to see how this turns out. I feel like MBT could really benefit from this matchup. They have been training very hard and they are very different as a team. Void are still figuring out their roster. And we can see that, although these players have set play styles and we do see them mesh quite well with one another, I feel like the other day when we saw them play, they just lacked a little bit of coordination, and it really led to a lot of small mistakes resulting in a big loss.
Well, this, we've been talking about how this is a relegation battle between Luminescent and Void. It's actually also a relegation battle between MBT Impetus. And we're going to start it off on Consulate right away. both Luminescent, Luminescent actually with their win against Nex, they're on 8 points right now, and both Void and MBT are currently with 7th. So provisional standings are Team MBT in 6th place with 7 points and Team Void in 7th place with 7 points. So if Void 2-0s MBT, MBT will get relegated. And the first two bans over here, of course, Jackal and Nomad, very quick bans. This one too, and they're prepared.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to do against some of these teams. On a map like Consulate, banning Nomad is a huge boon for the defense. And Void are the ones that banned that out, so they're just setting it up for themselves, which you can kind of read into it like, oh, these guys are going to do a lot of ran-outs when they go on defense, but because they're on attack first, MBT are the ones that are really going to be benefiting from this. Valkyrie gets taken off the board as well, so that's a lot of intel, a lot of cameras, and a lot of, well, intel from Nomad as well, just because if anyone does run out and you're not looking, you gain the information that someone has been knocked back here, shoot and pre-fire at this angle. So Detrian, my dog, going on to that IQ. A lot of aggression coming out right now from the attacking side, and a couple of claymores obviously going to go down as well. And interested to see how this pans out by the Asian friend on that dock. Does sort of, it indicates to me that he's going to go aggressive on this. KGBS on that Kaid will be playing quite safe and not too aggressive for that side, but it does look like Civil swapping over into an Echo. So it's rare that Echo doesn't get banned in Pro League, but whenever he does get used, he will be brought in. It does look like it should be quite beneficial for their team, especially if they're going on a start here on lobby, which is, if I may say so, quite brave.
Yeah, honestly, with the 4th bomb site added onto Consulate, it's not so open and shut on which site you're going to start from, because previously, if you are strong at defense, you're going to have to cycle through the 3 bomb sites anyway, so it doesn't really matter whether you start on the basement first or lobby or what have you not. But now the choice does matter, and it's interesting to see that MBT have gone with lobby, so clearly they feel more practiced and safer on this. And it's going to be a tough battle. KGBS with the Kaid, I'm not too sure how effective he's going to be quite honest. Those Electroclaws are only going to be holding out inside of the bathroom, and that's about it. No need to close off any hatches. And the self-destruction on Void is very strong as well. They have Ash, they have Bachelor with the Buck, of course, and PT King might have brought breach charges as well. So Stev is going to be instrumental too with his smoke bolts and fire bolts, and Chibausi, of course, always good to have a hard breach just in case they went to the basement.
Yeah, we do see that the wall over by the administration upstairs is actually electroclawed, so they won't be able to open that up anytime soon as long as they hold down the Visa stairs. A member is down by the spiral entrance. It looks like Bachelor gets pinged, and oh, he reacts in time. Spider Gel not able to react and capitalize on that. Even though he had the information, Bachelor just outfrags him with pure skill and pure flick power. Does look like he will be rotating back all the way into the Visa staircase from service, and it does look like MBT already trying to fall back and trying to play it a little bit safer. Missing a couple of shots and does miss it out. Bachelor does get double kill, and oh no, Jabowski goes prone, picks up kill into KGBS, and MBT are just losing gunfights left, right, and center. It's unfortunate, but they should be able to still salvage something, even though it is still quite an uphill battle.
Bomb located by attacker.
This is some good stuff coming out from Jibausi. He went prone. The drop shot doesn't quite work anymore, but the prone angle does. He surprises defenders like that, and KGB certainly was surprised. Couldn't quite track the Hibana very well, and he goes down. And Bachelor, of course, you see, he's doing so much work. He's already gotten 2 kills, and now he's opening up the floor, making sure that the bomb site they're looking to attack, that is B, is going to be clear for them whenever Stev and Jibausi decide to make things happen. And it's all up to SMZ now. Bachelor gets taken down, but really, it's 3v1. What can he really do?
Yeah, PT King's gonna drop here, and he's a little bit late on that push. SMZ picks up a double kill for himself, and he's got nowhere to go. He's gonna be pushed into a corner, and a couple of pings go out all the way into the piano room. He's rotated all the way through the hall now, and he might just be able to use this shield to his advantage. Doesn't realize the IQ's right behind him. has to flick in too many different directions and he's got too many angles to cover. He might just pick up one at a time, and it does look like PT King will be able to clean that up. SMZ had a valiant run there, but it does look like, unfortunately, he had too much ground to cover in too short a span of time.
So lots of double kills coming out from Bachelor, SMZ, PT King over there. But Team Void looking just a little too strong for MBT, and lobby press room perhaps not the best choice for them, but they seem to be insistent on trying that out again. And this is no, it's going to be basement. I was fairly concerned over there, and I was like, well, it's not a strong side to begin with, and failed. So good choice from them. Gridlock's going to be broken out by Dev over here. He's not playing the Capital, and it is a Nook from Detrian, the first in Southeast Asia.
Finally, I cannot believe it took this long to bring in a Nook. Void, do not Detrian, I'm depending on you right now. Keep my expectations alive, my dude. I'm excited to see Nook come into play for the first time. Obviously, it's going to be very different. If he plays it well, Nook's going to actually just pay absolute dividends against a team like MPT that aren't always completely aware. I'm not sure what their comms are like on one side, but it does look like maybe they can't actually communicate too well, or they might just miss one over the other. Spider is going to be playing on the backside here. He's been at support role he's been in a support role for quite a long time, and he's performing quite well on it, but unfortunately it just might not be enough this time around. KGPS is going to pre-put down and just a pre-prep these Artilla Electro Claws, while the Asian friend actually moves a lot of his yokai drones over into more interesting spots, try to keep them alive and keep them in positions where they provide a lot of aggression and a lot of information. Although I feel like the Asian friend being so forward isn't exactly the best choice when you're playing an Echo, but we've seen this week after week and day after day in Pien. You know, like it's like a running theme. Maybe there's something we're missing on these Echo plays.
Talking about something I'm missing, Detrian on the rappel is confusing to me. The Nook ability doesn't quite, you know, it's not used to its fullest when you're on rappel, because that rappel line is loud no matter what you do. Nook's whole shtick is that she's silent, she can't be seen on cams, and he's cleaning out second floor, but Bachelor's already there, so is PT King, so Detrian not quite having too much of an effect in this round so far. Let's see what he's going to be doing. Ideally, you're going to push him down Visa stairs or from Spiral, but instead pushing Spiral instead. SMZ taking a lot of damage, so Detrian's still MIA mostly from this round so far.
I think he can still take his time with a minute and 30 still available to the team. He's waiting for the right time to come in with a very late flank to maybe make an impact that way. At the moment, I suppose clearing out the top floor is one of their top priorities. And if they have to hold it and like this and try to push it in a manner where Bachelor and Co are really trying to bring in a distraction, that might be the only way it's going to really pay off. Because don't forget, Nook is pretty particular with how she plays.
Yeah, right, you are. Detrian, there we go, finally into action.
Okay.
The Asian friend, but immediately traded out by KGPS. And Civil has taken down Bachelor as well. So it is a 3v4, not quite worked out in Void's favor this time around. And they have messed up the hole into garage, so they can't vault in. It has to be a push from the back. Oh, but Stev's gonna pick up Civil.
Nice.
That's gonna make it easier.
Okay. I mean, they did take out the Echo. So there goes your Sonic Burst. That gets taken off the board. Jabalsi, like you said, will be able to push through very efficiently, and it does look like he has to rotate elsewhere. But maybe holding these angles here might be able to provide the cover that his team requires.
Oh, he can go in.
Oh, he can. That's very interesting. Might just be a visual bug, but it does look like PT King will be the one pushing through over the pipes. Cleans up KGBS in the most sloppy manner, but it's a 1-to-1 right now. He's got a pin down in his ankle, and PT King has to pull it out before it's too late. SMZ's upstairs. He has eyes. The team has eyes on the diffuser outside. No, he's gotta pick up the diffuser. It does look like they don't have time. SMZ will be the one upstairs, saving time and biding time for his team as MPT win round 2 through attrition and through being patient.
That was a bit of a waste from PT King there. He He did push down the yellow stairs aggressively, got the refrag well enough, but it's very scared of the push from SMZ. No info on either side, but SMZ had the luxury of time. PT King didn't, and running around with the goo mine in his foot, just maybe they could have won it, but in the end, not quite. So lobby press room going to be defended by MBT once again after they move on from their basement win, and Bachelor is going to go on to the Ash this time, and Detrian on Zofia.
Long range engagement may be coming out from this Ash here, because we do see whenever Ash gets picked, it's because they want long range soft breach, and it's not necessarily that Zofia is not the right choice, is that you want to go even further than how far Zofia's lifeline may take you. It is a faster breach as well, and it can provide with the actual ignition delay might allow you to actually push up aggressively, switch back to your main gun, and push in quite hard for a very dangerous and aggressive rush. But the hold upstairs might be able to deter that. It really depends how they're going to pan this out and how they're going to play this. A lot of reinforcement, a lot of investment is going upstairs over these rotations, and they might actually make this work for them. I'm just not sure what MBT are planning, and if they have a solid sort of game plan in regards to how they're going to manage their manpower.
Yeah, ideally they have a set game plan and, well, really a fix for what went wrong in the first round. It seemed a little too easy for Void back then. They came up to control the second floor. KGBS, he got 1 kill on long haul, but then Jibao cleaned him up. And KGBS is going to open the fragging this time around. It is PT King going down. Long haul is KGBS's domain. Don't you dare try and take it away.
Takes that out, and he does clean up PT King. So that's your IQ off the board. That's going to leave a lot of your utility available and those yokai drones very safe, in fact. Only being able to be detected if the enemy actually just pushes in a little bit too aggressively. But talking about aggressive, Bachelor's all the way in the Visa office. So he's just waiting, looking up from the hatch. Maybe someone's going to rotate into his line of sight, and there we go. Asian friend gets taken off, and there's your mute.
Very, very aggressive and quite risky from Bachelor. Lots of face checking on, and the drone right there not utilized. Peak, and it's going to be a win for what? Triple. I don't believe this. Steph finally trades it out, but they're now at a disadvantage with half the round left to go.
I cannot believe these guys just literally took out the 3K, and Void are in a man disadvantage. He trades a little bit onto the yellow stairs, and does look like SMZ's decided not to take the fight and actually rotate down, be a little bit safer, since that is not the main site that he has to defend. So he's in a better position now, and Spider's still in a good spot where he can gain a lot of information and just throw out those goo mines, those nanotoxins, just keep himself alive and deter any aggressive pushes coming out from Void. They have 2 members left in Fiona. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to pull off too much right now, especially with Civil on the yokai drone. So Sonic Burst and Spider finally picking up one of his first kills there, and leaving Detrian the dog all by himself. Unfortunately, the man is going to push through. He's looking at all angles possible, doesn't realize it. Maybe he does hear that the yokai is just below him. He's going to cover his 6, and he's very, very cautious right now. But Kit is upstairs. He's got to pick it up. He's got to rotate all the way down, and he's got to make a decision because he's only got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Detrian not often the last alive, but he is in this third round, and 20 seconds is not much he can do really. There's so much information from Civil he has. His yokai drones especially, those are just going to stop any attempted plant if Detrian even tries that. Now the information has been fed. Spider cleans him up, and that is an excellently played round from MBT, but really it came down to the engagement upstairs on long haul. It was all KGBS. Had he not won all 3 of those gunfights, this round could have gone in Void's way. So I'm still not convinced that the defense from MBT is fantastic, but it's sufficient. When KGBS can do that, might as well.
Okay, sure. Definitely, we are looking at 2 teams of gunners. These guys, they've got experience. They've been around the scene for long enough, and Spider may be one of the newer members to the scene, considering that he's only picked up the game in the last year, but he's doing very well for himself, and he is performing quite proficiently. And if KGBS, a man that's been around for as long as he has, can pull off a 3K like that, then yeah, MBT do stand a chance at winning this series, and it's, as you say, efficient. That's all they really require at this point in time. A lot of reinforcements are going to go down over by the console and of the CEO, and while they do set up, it does look like maybe Void are going to go for something a little bit different, because now Stev is switched over into the Dokubi.
Yeah, the Dokkaebi is going to give them some valuable information. Looks like they don't want to be surprised by KGBS like they were in the previous round. Of course, that was the second floor defense from them, but the concept is still the same. Consulate is such a small map that wherever you're attacking, you have to clear all 3 floors. Second floor, first floor, and then basement, or, you know, second floor, basement, and then onto the first floor. Well, it's mostly top down that's really necessary, but bottom up is also sometimes necessary based on how the defenders are roaming. Very aggressive positioning from Detrian right away, and it's not gonna get him any kills just yet, so he's gonna rotate on over to what seems to be, yep, it's going to be the balcony.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to distract them a little bit, but 2 men on that balcony might just be enough to actually get it open. He's pushing in, and he's playing a very different operator from what we've normally seen him play. An IQ, placing in its Claymore just outside the balcony window, just in case anyone decides to run out on this this lonely bachelor over here. And he may just be all by himself, but it looks like PT King's on a little bit of a battle himself, trying to combat anyone inside the archives.
Oh,
the admin
not again!
Going down here, PT King loses the Ash, and KGBS takes a bunch of frags from the backside here. They clean that up quite well, and Jibalsi is the one to collect the kill. So Stev, already with the phone calls coming through, picks up the diffuser and is now trying to push in. Civil picks up a kill into Jibalsi to refrag, and they now bring the scoreline and the manpower into their favor, leveraging it a little bit better. And Bachelor dodges a C4 quite well, and he's going to look all the way into meeting. With a very obvious peek hole, but it may just be exactly what they require in order to cut those rotations off. Detrian, I'm not too sure if he's got any drones left on him, but he will be hanging around upside down, waiting for the right moment to come through. His Claymore's still outside that window, and they do notice a couple of goo mines hanging around the site, and 1 Echo hiding behind a sneaky little shield here. He might just be able to get an angle on him if he actually dangles upside down, and he tries to find that spot just above the shield where he gets an advantageous position. Smoke might just go through the top here if they actually get to open it up with the SMG-12. Does look like they managed to open up a little bit of a soft arrow, but no, the fire arrows will go through and maybe flush out the 1 Echo behind. Looks like he has rotated over behind the table, and he might just be safe. I'm not too sure if Detrian was able to collect or actually trade a little bit, but there we go. He finally kills him, and Civil goes down.
So far, it's been a bit of a slow and tentative round from them, and that is poor. That's a very poor peek from Bachelor. He's trying to get the smoke bolts inside. Not going to get away with it. Detrian, though, he's giving cover to Steph, and he's going to lose his life. And out comes one downing him. But MBT, what a response. 1 more round on the board for them. That's 3 in a row. And excellently played. All 3 main bomb sites have been defended successfully. And this round, it was really a lack of a plan from Team Void. It was very one-dimensional, just pushing in from admin office. There was no yellow pressure. There was no A-bomb site pressure as well. And nothing for MBT to worry about. So they just completely turned their focus towards admin. And when you have 5 defenders fighting 5 attackers pushing through those kinds of chokeholds, that is the result you're going to get.
MBT taking the lead over veteran pro team Void. Definitely seems to be a night of upsets for us, Infian. Anything can really happen, but I'm very interested to see if MBT can keep this up. They are in defense, and the game will change as soon as they swap over into attack. And they don't exactly coordinate so well on that attack, so we're hopefully seeing them come through a little bit differently, and I'm hoping to see that MBT comes through and manages to pull in a win here on this first map. But I'm not going to make any assumptions anymore. I think I paid for that dearly. Made too many mistakes on taking guesses and hoping for anything. I'm telling you, it's the caster's curse, dude. I'm telling you, it's the caster's curse.
10 seconds remaining.
So, basement again. The last time around, we saw a tense 1v1 between PT King and SMZ. This time around, let's see what happens. It's looking to be a very similar setup from them. You have the two mines, except this time KGB, he's on the mute. Civil is joining in with the anti-hard breach party. Second floor roam from SMZ. So, as I was talking about, the importance of having to clear every single floor. It's very, very important here on console. It's such a small map. It's not like Bank just now, where it takes very long for roamers to come back onto site. And there we go. That is very important. The Asian friend goes down. PT King opening up the fragging. But SMZ is still up here. I think he's still up in Printer.
Yeah, the roam game is very strong on Consulate, and if you don't take care of it, you don't really pay attention to these things, you're gonna pay for it. You're gonna get a bit in the back, and it's not gonna turn out very well for you. Detrian's gonna pre-fire a little bit into the yellow staircase, take out all these overlords, take out all these mute jammers, and he will be rotating over into a little bit of a kill hole. I'm interested to see what he's trying to achieve here. Okay, that's very interesting. Decided to go for that angle in particular, and maybe even trying to contest this. PT King opens up some of the flooring. We do normally see that a lot of pro players decide to use and control because it goes all the way downstairs, and it does cut off an interesting rotation for the defending team. So Bachelor decides to use his drone a little bit more. Not sure, not sure if that's a Mozzie drone.
That's not his own drone.
No, it's collected.
There we go.
Oh, but okay, so he just needed it moved. Okay, so
Yeah, that's right.
yep. So he does open it up a little bit, and they do save a drone for themselves. Stev is on the cameras as well, and PT King is going to be holding the yellow stairs so no one comes in for a late rotate. He does have one member from MBT hanging around the corner, waiting for the right time to peek in, but they can't get too aggressive on each other, or one will pay dearly. At this point in time, neither members want to lose manpower as they do set up, and it might just be Civil here to take the kill.
Unless the pre-fire comes out, and that's a great bait! It worked, PT King!
No way!
That's fantastic! SMZ answers back onto Steph, but the damage has been done. Yellow control is onwards to PT King. So that is... I can't believe it worked! And such a quick peek as well.
Who falls for that?
And,
Oh!
but KGBS, he is as aggressive as could be. Right up Yellow, retaking that control. With 30 seconds to go. Oh, right into... Right, again, the baits are working out insanely well. Bachelor just knifes KGBS after beating out the frag, and that was a do or die really for KGBS, but what a nice try from him. Flashbang goes out. He should have the kill. There we go. Spider Shell goes down, and Jibausi goes back. He's going to go for the plant undercover from Bachelor.
Turning the upset into their favor. Bachelor is low. Jabowski gets the plant down. Does look like SMZ picks up one kill. He might just pick up the second kill. Yes, he does. And oh my gosh, MBT just saved the round. I cannot believe that they managed to get this. And SMZ checks for claymores just in case to be safe. And anything that might actually upset him. But there we go. The counter defuse is successful, and MBT clutch in 4-1. An insane round from SMZ, saving two huge mistakes from two huge baits. Wow. Tonight is the night, Infian. Tonight is the night our careers are made. This is the best stuff I've ever seen in my life, man.
What was really curious to me was what the decision was from Jibausi after the plant. So they clearly had zero information on SMZ's position, and that's fine, you know. Oftentimes against good teams, you're going to end up in scenarios where you don't have the information. But what they did have was man count, and they had the angles. Jibausi should not have backed away from the position trying to run out with zero information, because exactly what happened. SMZ, no information, just comes out, looks at the thermite hole and takes him down. So the best idea right there is to hold station until you know you can go for the frag, or you know you can go for the safe rotation. Jibausi just turned tail and ran, not even pre-firing the way back. And then, of course, Bachelor on the buck on yellow stairs, he just tried to peek out a bit too early. And I believe he had the skeleton key out. That was a downside to him as well. So, misplays in that 1v2. Small stuff for Team Void, but that's 2 rounds now. that they've lost on basement that they maybe shouldn't have, and MBT are now up 4-1.
10 seconds left before
An interesting turnout indeed. Can Void save this? This is definitely a map that Void have done well on before.
attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
MBT they're essentially a whole new team, you know? They've gone through their works and they've changed in and out over and over again. They're essentially a very different team now. Stev and Spider are new to the scene in Pro League. But now that they're coming in, they just... It's the old dogs re-saving it for them, you know? Asian Friend, SMZ. Spider also has some fantastic moments. But these guys are just locking it down. I just can't get over that bait, dude. That was insane bait. SMZ almost lands a pre-fire here as well. Well, he's got some fantastic game sense right now, because he did land, he did shoot those shots in the right direction. He just didn't connect with some of them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
He knows his angles.
Yeah, absolutely. The man's well versed in a lot of these angles that he will be taking shots on. Detrian misses the kill, unfortunately. Does see him rotate all the way into bathroom. Will be able to ping that to his team and maybe get a kill from downstairs, but he dies on the upside down rappel. Does not work anymore, my friend. It doesn't work anymore here after the new Ember Rise patch to go through. So PT
So
King
the Asian friend,
Attackers
yeah,
covered the bomb.
he's gonna be in a fight with PT King very, very soon. He's not rotated away, which I would have expected him to with how little HP he has. So it's a situation where he's just gonna waste maximum amount of time and probably lose his life, and they're okay with it because he's already gotten 1 kill.
yeah, this is like PT King still checking up left and right before any more cameras. Has a couple too many angles to worry about, but he's not, because he's not sure where these yokai drones. Oh, can he land it? Yeah, there we go. PT King finally takes out the yokai drone, and Sledge still knows that there's a vigil around the corner. The Asian friend is still alive despite being on super low health, and Stev's gonna throw in a couple of flashbangs to maybe flush out one last member. The Asian friend picks up a double kill for himself, and he's not dead just yet. SMZ covers his teammate all the way from yellow stairs, and he's just gonna wait it out as he rotates down. Well, he will be punished for that rotation. PT King picks him up, and it does look like, even though concussed and Sonic bursted, he will miss the one push required in order to clean up another member. The Asian friend has been dropped so low. They don't even know where he is. He's trying to pick him up on using the ERC, but it's not going to work this time. The fuser is just around the corner. He's got to pick it up, and it does look like he has to drop very slowly, one after the other. The enemy team is too well versed. They know exactly where he is. He's still got yokais to worry about. They don't even know where it's going to go, but it does look like, oh no, he will miss the kill. Unfortunately, MBT pick up round 6. Moving on to attack now, but so far in the lead ahead of Void.
That was excellently played from the Asian friend specifically, and of course the MBT setup as well. So second floor was their beachhead. Coming through, the Asian friend got the early kill onto the repelling Dokebi, and that started things off. He was very, very low, but MBT made the call. The Asian friend did it. Either way, it worked out well that I'm going to stay here. If I die, I die. Because what he was doing...
If I die, I die.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, he's gotten a kill, and he's wasted 1 minute 20, and they were still doing so slow, the roam clear, and he wasted another 40 seconds at least before he rotated away, and in that time, he got a second kill. SMZ piled on with good cover from yellow stairs as well, and then when he dropped down, he got the final cap as well. So
Defenders, protect your bomb.
amazing stuff from Team MBT, amazing stuff from the Asian friend, and that is the hallmark of a team that decides to take the chances. These are the kind of calculated risks that work out really well, and we saw that just now.
Oh man, so they're putting a couple of reinforcements over into the break room by the admin office. Interesting enough, Stev is on the pest launcher instead this time, so it's a very different setup, very different. Oh, he actually got it. Okay, I didn't even see that drone, but obviously he did. The banes of being colorblind, boys and girls.
To locate a bomb and defuse.
Now
Colorblind
Stev,
mode when. Colorblind mode when.
Yeah, now Stev, he's doing a normal setup on the second floor with the Mozzie, opening it up all the way except for the 2 panels. And on MBT's side, it was KGB with the Mozzie that was really helping out. And Of course, the Echo got in on the action as well. So it was very good communication from MBT's defense. Let's see what Stev and Void can do.
He might be able to stop this. MBT are really telegraphing their position right now. They're dumping a lot of utility down here. A couple of concussions, a lot of impact grenades. An EMP, I don't even know how much has gone into this. KGPS takes a little bit of damage. He gets actually taken up by that C4 as well. Stev collects that one for himself, and MBT are already one man down. So, looking at this rotation here, it is a huge kill. That's your buck. And you know, the Asian friend's still dangling on that window. He's really trying to force this to happen. Spider Giles rotating outside as well, that window, and it does look like they're really trying to just find one pick, but they need someone else to actually try to flush them out. So they've got the positioning down. They just need to really make this work for them. I don't know how PT King lost that one. He probably stood he stood up and it put him into a hip fire, and because of that he didn't manage to connect those shots. The Asian friend cleans that one up and punishes him for it. Stev is still all by himself over by the admin office, and it's just a bit of a misplay coming from PT King, resulting in a big deficit, not a big deficit, but a disadvantageous position that Stev has to move off now. He's not exactly in the best spot. He has a lot of information being fed onto him, and Civil is trying to wait for it. Oh no, he misses the opportunity. That timing is just so unfortunate.
Now Civil, upside down, he's still trying to help his team make headway into admin office. Detrian, well, they have admin office, but one goes out, Sophia, as she gets concussed. So Detrian maneuvering his drones very well, and Stev's drone that he captured as well must be feeding a lot of information. So MBT looking like they're having the same problems as Void was having. They're very, very slow on attack, and they're coming up against a roadblock that they don't know what to do with. Spider Gel takes down Stev. Jibausi trades back onto Spider Gel, and the Hibana of Civil is down as well. SMZ pushing up yellow stairs. They have surely heard him. Jibausi is, going to be quite safe here. SMZ finishes off, Bachelor finishes off SMZ, and just up to the Asian friend here on the balcony. 15 seconds. This can't happen.
They just have to bide their time here. Team Void, one member left on the block, and the Asian friend looks like he's going to be fighting against the world, fighting against one member peeking him, and he's kind of given up at this point. He's waiting for someone to rotate outside, but it's the member, it's the troubles in front of you that's really stopping him and really catching him off guard here, obviously. So I'm not too sure what he was trying to achieve by looking through that window, but unfortunately for them, they do lose that first attack round. So they still have a very big lead, and a 2-5 scenario is not very dangerous. Now that the meeting and console office is off the board, it's arguably the hardest spot to actually attack on consulate. So now that it's off and out of the way, they can focus on attacking garage, a much more achievable site for MBT to take.
Yep, this is definitely quote-unquote easier, but garage, cafeteria, obviously one of those two bomb sites that are primary bomb sites for most of the teams. Like, honestly, it's either second floor or the basement. That is your primary choice. So, in that sense, Void might still win this one out, especially if they play like they did previously. So, I talked a bit about this just now. MBT, once they lost a component of their plan, they looked very lost, very one-dimensional in their attack. So the moment they lost a player, they're like, all right, what do? We were pushing through admin and we didn't really account for this. The on-the-fly adaptation, not quite so strong. And Void had the same problem as well, make no mistake. But it's still a problem nonetheless that they weren't able to solve. And it can be quite problematic. And on Consulate, where the roam presence can become very strong, because of how quickly roamers can become anchors and vice versa. If MBT cannot fix the time management, we could see Void mount a serious comeback right now. So Steph trying to place down some barbed wire at the base of the spiral stairs. Bachelor's position here is definitely unorthodox. You don't usually see Visa contention from top of service stairs like this. You see contention of the service stairs, actually. But Bachelor's going to take down the drone and head on right down. Pops a few shots above, hoping to collect something. but KGB is unscathed.
Alright, so MBT is going to be pushing through, and it does look like SMZ will be trying to control the admin office upstairs. One member is inside the admin, the visa office downstairs below him, but it does look like they are pushing through. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see them actually try to engage with the enemy team here in these positions. They have to travel all the way downstairs, and they're in very safe positions right now, but they're not too sure where they are. He only has one logic bomb left, and he needs to save it for a crucial moment. Detrian is in an alibi though. Don't forget, he's on that alibi. He should be able to play in some pretty tricky situations and positions.
It's happening again. MBT are getting stalled out. They have second floor control, but they're just holding the angles right now. And it seems that Void are too smart to do that. But just as I say that Stev is taken down, that's a smoke off the board. But that is on site. And now the wall is getting opened up. So PT King, he needs to get on right out of there. And he doesn't have any good locations. If he goes with the run out, actually, he could have gotten it. But no, it's too late for him. And he's just going to tuck himself away in this corner. It's a corner that often works out for defenders. Attackers sometimes just don't check. But Civil, surely he's heard the phone call.
Yeah, surely he hears the phone go off. He's not exactly sure which particular spot. Oh no, they've relayed it to each other. They've telegraphed it, and now they know that he's rotating over by the black car in between white trucks. So he's just ducking in and out. He will be trading a couple of shots here. Civil doesn't connect too many, but Bachelor is still rotating out of that spot quite well. So 3 members left on Void, and MBT are in a good position. They do tag one. One Prisma, revealing a little bit of his position. Bachelor still trying to contest this. Doesn't connect most of the shots. Has to contest too many angles at once, and the man has too much of a job to do. Spider Gel cleans that up onto Bachelor, and MBT win round 8.
So what looked like a stall attack was actually MBT slowly collecting all the information that they needed and setting up. And when the execute came out, it was pretty well done. I mean, not many flaws from it. You saw Civil, when he heard PT King, he didn't immediately go for the frag, and that was pretty smart because he did not have perfect information, just knew that one bandit player's location. And it's very smart play from him and from the rest of MBT too. Their push in was swift, it was deadly, came in from the back as well. And as you said at the end, too many angles for Bachelor to contest, and he just couldn't do anything. Not a clutch situation for him, not one that was winnable at the very least. So MBT now on match point 6-2. Void are sinking without a trace.
Starting to go down the hatch here. It does look like MBT 6-2, like you said, going down without a trace. It looks like I just can't believe that Void are putting themselves in such a deficit. We saw them yesterday as well, performing quite well, and yeah, sure, there were some upsets, but man, this is kind of weird for me. You know, like, something's happened in the little break that we had, and these teams are all over the place now, and I'm not even sure what to think anymore.
The funny thing is that, you know, Void obviously banned out Nomad, expecting, you know, that they will be allowed to do a lot of aggressive rotations and jump outs and what have you not. But we haven't seen that from Void at all, have we? I mean, in the defensive rounds that have been played so far, 2 of them, Void know that if they start playing aggressive, MBT are going to shut them down. So their plan of banning Nomad not really worked out well for them. And, you know, they banned out Maestro as well. Maybe that was something that could have helped instead.
These things are crazy. I'm not even sure what to think right now. Jabausi is going to be pushing through. Does look like Doc will be the operator of choice. And will he be able to actually use this utility though? Because time and time again, we always talk about this. Jabausi, I mean, these guys don't even get the chance to use that Doc utility. You know, they just kind of use them as a gun. They don't really, and maybe heal each other, but do they really use the opportunity to stem themselves and make something out of it? SMZ will be rolling through, and he has an inkling of where the enemy is. He doesn't know exactly, but he's in a pretty precarious position, and Detrian even more precarious. I'm not even sure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Detrian. Oh wow. Okay. So
Gaijin friend, he's down, so that's something.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a trade at that point. I'm not sure where he's down, though. It does look like he's down upstairs or outside. Definitely not with a team member, so a C4
is
coming
that
from
gonna collect
Steve. No, it
No.
won't collect it. He's nowhere near that, but does look like Jabausi will be rotating downstairs. Does look like the Asian friend does get picked up, and MBT are back in that manpower lead. KGBS is going to be opening a little bit more of that vertical gameplay, and does look like he's still dangerously above his own rotations, but he will be taken out there. Bachelor picks that one up for himself. And with the 416C carbine, it does look like he will rotate quite quickly. He's being called, he's being pinged, he's rotating all the way through, and you know what? He just makes it out alive rotating from the yellow staircase. I cannot believe he lived through that.
This is not looking too bad for Void. They still have presence on the second floor. It's actually gonna net them at 2 kills!
Wow.
What on earth? They had the perfect information. The pre-fires just couldn't come out just right, and the cover wasn't there for the refrag. Death piles on. Civil goes down, so they're gonna make this defense work most likely, unless SMZ can show us something absolutely wild. He takes down one. Is he gonna get a second? Yes, he is! Oh dear! That is fantastic stuff. He's going to have to ace this right now. 25 seconds.
SMZ has a bit of work ahead of him. They had the man advantage, they had the right positioning, but they've thrown it all away now. With 13 seconds left on the clock, it does look quite grim for him with the diffuser so far away. It's all a matter of time, really. Will he be able to pick up these kills and collect these or not? He misses a couple of shots on the yellow stairs, so all they have to do is push back. Does look like he won't be able to collect it at all, and Team Void win round 9, keeping themselves in the game for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. They only need 1 point, you know, to guarantee that they stay in the Pro League next season, and MBT as well, actually. 1 point will guarantee safety. So, Void have 3 more rounds to make this comeback happen, and they're gonna go up, back to the console office meeting room. Didn't quite work out for them. But it's going to be a frost pick, and it's the second frost pick we are seeing in as many days. This time, Detrian. Nope, I spoke too soon. And KGBS actually. What is that 6th pick onto the Ying?
I mean, they did it last time. They'll do it again. It worked when they played against, let's say, like, it took a couple of times, but it worked. They're hoping it works out again this time. They're really trying to leverage every single possible thing, like one-sided flashbangs, you know? Like, they're just trying to make something work here. I respect it. It's not orthodox. It's not unorthodox either. It's just not commonly the best choice here, especially since she's changed with her utility and her timing. So if they've found a way around it, then yeah, sure. Ying could work fantastic for your team. But if you're smart about it, you can counter Ying in so many ways, and it just works. It works wonders to just play against her. But I don't know how this is gonna turn out, man. It's literally anyone's game. MBT obviously about to take this out, but Void could pull back in. We've seen some crazy throws in the past.
Yeah, well, it might not need to be a throw, because this is definitely not Void's true level, I would say. But, you know, as you said, after the break, things have been a little bit haywire. So, a lot of funny things happening. Bachelor over here, he's going to be holding station, and admin is going to go away. There's way too much pressure over there from the defenders, and the attack is looking to come up from balcony and B windows.
Oh my gosh, Spider being picked off like that is horrible. Detrin picking that up with the UMP 45. Does look like it will be... I'm interested to know why he's even holding that position the way he is. It's very forward, it's very aggressive, and I'm not sure if he's going to find anyone. But MBT are falling apart at the seams. It does look like it's a very one-sided defense so far. This attack is not working out so well. And like I said, they just suffer on this attack, you know? It's, oh my gosh, SMG is going to pick up a pretty much free kill onto Jabausi. And there goes your smoke. All the way too soon, and KGPS is still on the board, so a couple of Ying Candelas do go through. A little bit of information does get picked up from the drone. It does look like he has made a safe rotation back into that yellow. So they still have something up their sleeves, and they've still got 3 members in good health. They can make something happen if they frag out and they find the right kills in the right positioning. And SMZ looks like he might be trying to help and try to maybe flush one member out with some grenades. Oh,
he's gonna get this. No!
Oh, he mistimed it. Oh no, he didn't aim high enough. It's unfortunate. He had the right understanding and he had the right angle, but he just didn't connect with it, unfortunately. Unfortunate for him, really. And I mean, KGPS still has the Candela. It won't get countered this time. And oh my gosh, he picks up the 1 kill. The Candelas don't pop off, and he pushes a little bit preemptively. And Void is clean up. If he waited on that last one for just a couple of seconds, it would have been a very different round in Fian.
Void are looking good to make this comeback happen. You're right. That could have gone so differently, and Detrian really the hero of that round. Void fighting tooth and nail. They want to get this pressure off of them immediately. Detrian now, he's gonna go into the dock as a defend lobby and press room. This is where MBT struggled at first. The first round, if you remember, they defended here wasn't too much of a success. Second floor was taken very easily by Void. So obviously, the key here is going to be that second floor roam. And information is going to be there from Stev. He's going to have to put at least one of his drones below. Jibausi going to be instrumental as well. The drones that he traps out, if they can give sufficient information for the roam play that's happening upstairs to help the roamers, that might just win them the round. KGBS, on the other hand, on the attacking side, he's going to be one of the biggest linchpins. His self-destruction is going to be so powerful, and of course KGBS himself being such a powerful player.
So they're pulling this back slowly. Void definitely have the ability to make this win happen for them, and MBT are always coming so close, but it's just the small mechanical mistakes that are really letting them down. If they got the frag kill from below and they actually timed it well with the Candelas, they would have had that round easily. But they just got a little bit too I'm gonna use your word again, Infian, punchy. They got too aggressive, and they were a little impatient in that instance, and it just really costed them. You know, these small things just leading to big losses, man.
Well, 2 rounds in a row, Void have collected, and 2 more rounds in a row that they need. And I think, you know, getting punchy is the right call. I talked about how they banned the Nomad and weren't using that freedom afforded by the lack of Nomad. But it looks like Detrian just, you know, too much? No. Yeah, he just goes for the run out, and the Asian friend ready and waiting with perfect information, perfect prediction. And that is a dock off the board. The second floor room is so weakened right now. And I think KGBS, he thinks that his drone has been caught, and I think it might well have been, but he's not shooting it out just yet. So I'm not sure whether he's confused or just leaving it be for some reason. There is only one member from Team Void up here, and that's a problem. They need a lot more second floor presence.
There we go. Civil as well, going to be dangling outside this balcony, rotating upstairs. He's got an angle. He does see one. He doesn't actually connect the shots. And he might have just connected a second, but not just not enough, really. 2 members on Void do go down. The Asian friend picks one up. Does look like SMZ covers the shots, and they do trade a little bit of crossfire. 1 member upstairs inside, I think the spiral staircase. Yeah, rotating down now, main spiral. Does decide to go back to site from the look of it. It does look like they're actually clearing this top floor quite well so far. And this might be the round that they actually take this out. Spider Gel picking 1 kill onto PT King, and it's one of their top fraggers. Bachelor not going to be upstairs and won't connect to the grenade. But it does look like Stev is rotating over, and that's fantastic. Right onto Civil's head. And there we go, a headshot to clean that up from the Echo. 2 to 4 right now, starting to look a little bit more believable. But it's still quite a ways to go. He takes a lot of damage from upstairs. Does look like he's going to rotate over onto the garden area of the main spiral. And Bachelor is waiting for the right moment to push up this yellow stairs to connect with, I think, SMZ upstairs, holding this angle into the piano room.
Now Stev and SMZ, they're in decent enough positions that they can win this out. The plant is down. Yes, being the man himself, Bachelor collects, SMZ, and right now over inside. Why is he peeking with himself? No, the plant is down and it's too late from him. And Bachelor is very low on HP. It's 2v3 retake with all the members outside. It's going to be nigh impossible with those gridlock
Track stingers.
mines on, yeah, the track stingers on the floor. Forgot the name right there. And those yokais are useless in this situation. Half the time has ticked away, and this is it. Surely MBT have locked this one out. They're gonna send the drone outside. 3 seconds it gets destroyed. But Bachelor is down, and he's gonna try and stick the defuse, but too easy for MBT.
Oh my
And
gosh.
that is it. MBT collect the 3 points. They stave off relegation. But now the battle is between Luminescent and Team Void. If MBT repeat this feat, if they get 3 points on the second map as well, Luminescent are gonna survive and Void are going to be relegated.
You don't want to miss that next matchup coming for this next map here.
Those skills.
Just you don't want to look at these guys, man. They've never performed this well in their lives. I'm sorry, but you know, this is the performance of their life, and they are fighting for it right now. They have to stay in the Pro League. They have to stay here. They can't give up the spot. 7-4 right now. MBT are fighting for it, and you know what? Void are fighting to keep themselves in the league as well. MBT solidified themselves in the Pro League. Void are trying to stave it off. Luminescent are sitting there with their fingers crossed, praying for MBT. MBT, please come through for us. Please,
they need
MBT.
just 1 point, Void. They just need 1 point because their round differential for Luminescent is so bad that just tying on points will be enough. And of course, you know, the head-to-head is in Void's favor, I believe, as well. But what a map this has been. I mean, wow.
It's an understatement.
MBT just such strong performance, honestly. The defense was so rock solid, and when I talked about Void being slow on their attacks, being tentative, one-dimensional, initially it seemed that MBT were having the same issue, but despite that quote-unquote issue, they prevailed. They got those 2 initial attacking round wins. Yes, they conceded 2, but that was really Void trying to make very strong comeback happen, and almost did. But, you know, MBT just too strong, well practiced, able to adapt on the fly. And that's what I expect from a team that has been in the Pro League since its inception for APAC. Season 6 they started, Season 10 it is now. They're going to continue on to Season 11 at the very least.
What a time it has been here tonight, here on the 12th day of Southeast Asian Pro League. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back soon. Void versus MBT for the last match of the night. Void struggling and trying to cling on to dear life, while Luminescent are almost in or out of the Pro League. We'll be right back after these messages.
Goodbye.
Here we go, boys and girls. The last match of the night. MBT versus Void. Will MBT leave 2-0 or will Void manage to pull themselves out of the gutter and stave off relegation? Because they are just so close right now. We honestly thought Luminescent were done. But no, apparently not, Infian.
Yeah, I mean, can't believe it. That win against Nex earlier on, by the way, you really should go back and watch. You know, you saw it on the screen, it was a 7-5. But go watch just how well Luminescent played that. And now Team Void, they just need 1 point. One singular point and they will be fine. And we're going to be heading to Bank. Oh, again. So Luminescent and Nex, they were following the same pattern. Well, they set a pattern that Void and MBT are following. We're going to go to Bank for the decider over here to decide whether Void or Luminescent stay in the Pro League for Season 11. Whether one of them are going to have to try and make the journey back through Challenger League. Border Cafe, Villa Clubhouse, the bans by MBT and Void respectively. Consulate and Border default 1. So what are you expecting after what you saw on Consulate from both these teams?
Well, I'm going to go with the same response you gave me, and is that I just have no clue. That's the truth, man, because look at the way MBT played that last game. They had a lot of good situations, a lot of good positioning, and it's just just small things about their mechanics that just let them down. If they got the kill through the floor with the frag grenade, I think it was SMZ, I'm not too sure. I think it was a Dokibi, so it's probably SMZ. If they got that kill with the frag grenade, would have been an easy round. If the Ying timed the Candelas, it would have been an easy round as well. There were a lot of times where, when they were playing on attack and they just baited these guys out. They baited these guys out and they used the drones, the frag grenades to push MBT into their crosshairs and make an easy game of that. That was just... And, sure. The Jaeger player came in, saved it for them. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So, I mean, MBT definitely have a lot of good moments. Just letting themselves down in some situations. Void just generally have better mechanics and better attack plans than MBT so far. Even though MBT did win, yes, but I think Void have a better plan of attack. This is MBT are just better on defense than Void are better on attack. But overall, I think that Void lack timing and they lack the game plan required in order to turn around clutch situations. But looking at the bans right here, Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, and Echo, a lot of surveillance. Thatcher being banned off is like, wow, you really want to play that Kaid. You really...
Yeah, and I'm surprised that the corresponding ban from MBT was not a Kaid ban.
Yeah. Maverick's going to get picked up regardless, though. So Maverick and Habana just hatch City along with a Thermite. So unless they swap off one of these hard breachers, it looks like it's going to be easy work for anyone trying to contest a hatch today. Obviously, Spider's going to take care of himself, make sure he doesn't get peeked or C4'd, or if he doesn't get impacted through the holes that he does make with the blowtorch. But if Void do this right, it should be a good time on defense, considering that they did ban out the Thatcher and they do have the advantage here.
Yeah, I definitely think that Void's choice, it's the same bans almost. Yes, round 4. MBT same bans. Void, they banned the Echo this time instead of the Maestro, so a bit of a change here. But I think the attacker ban is the one that's going to be a lot more game changing for them, because we saw when they banned out Nomad, the defenses didn't really take full advantage of that ban. So now they have a set plan. I think it looks like the Kaid is going to be more instrumental, but of course the Maverick is going to be able to deal with those hatches anyway. So Jabals is bringing this Capcan yet again, and it was not that successful against Luminescent yesterday, was it? Double stack on the server stairs with the Jaeger 416 and the Capcan sausage. It's going to be fairly successful, I'd say. You see the Nomad immediately coming out from KGBS, and he's going to block off anyone pushing out, but I don't think they're interested in doing that. No, the hatch is not open yet. The Capcan trap spotted out well by KGBS. He's looking for the rest, and it's going to be easy pickup. Oh, he doesn't see that one, gets hit by it, surprisingly.
Yeah, he didn't expect that one at all, but what I was trying to say is that Capcan it seems to be a running theme with Bank so far. I'm not too sure why exactly that is the case, but it does look like Civil's still all the way by spawn. 1 minute into the game, that's a lot of time wasted for his team. He's going to rappel in here, he's going to be safe, sure, but if Void went on an aggressive here, he would not have been able to refrag for his team at all. So the fact that he hasn't been punished for it, it just means that he's been lucky so far. So Spider's going to be peeking this angle from the hatch upstairs. Habana's waiting for the right time. I think, no, that's my Asian friend. So he's going to be taking a little bit of damage. And oh no, what is happening? A little bit of miscommunication from both sides here. Unable to actually get through this. Takes a little bit more damage than he has to. And he just needs to get this open, and finally the Asian friend takes a kill, but Spider's dropped to almost no health at all, and they're all over the place, you know? So they've got the game plan on lock, and they're covering for each other, but they're not clean with working around how they're supposed to make this happen. So a couple of flashbangs go through, and Diving Trends actually rotated around. Yes, they finally pushed PT King into flanking them. They might actually get the kill on that, so fantastic job by Civil to actually collect that. Especially with the Thermite running face first into the site. And taking out a couple of ADSs on the way as well. So good job so far by MBT, making good time. 30 seconds left, and it does look like they will be able to get that wall open. So, oh, dodging a couple of bullets himself. It does look like Civil will have to put down that diffuser quite soon. Wow. But oh my gosh. Bachelor from the other side all the way in the garage actually connects some shots. Gets refragged all the way from KGBS from the main staircase, and Stev is going to be denying a little bit more time. Connects with a couple of shots with the SMG-11, but he's right on the wall here. He downs him, and he will be able to win. Oh my gosh, MBT connects and refrag right onto Stev, saving the round just barely. But a very well job done. Very well job done by MBT so far. Just I cannot believe Void dropped the ball like that. Just a little sloppy, really, but MBT sloppy as well, but still made it work.
That was a very strong round from MBT. They got the control that they wanted. Server stairs, double stack did not work. Detri and PT King too aggressive. Detri on the hatch, of course, and PT King behind the server itself. Both of them fell to the Asian friend, just peeking down from the hatches. So they had imperfect information, and they got aggressive. That is a recipe for disaster right there. And Void have paid for it with one round gone. Going up to the second floor, they're not quite confident of repeating that basement hold again. And that is something that Void usually does. They don't try to force out the bomb site. And that's something I can respect really well, because you need to be really clear on your game plan. Repeat a bomb site right away.
Yeah, absolutely. So it does look like they're just going to take some time off it, come back with a clear mind, and maybe that's going to work out better for them. Detrian with a bulletproof camera instead of the barbed wire. So very nice to see that coming through for Detrian as well, and it's going to be a little bit different. The ring next will be around, and surely the ADS should be able to deter any pesky grenades coming through. And Jabausi not using the TCSG-12. Looks like he's just wasting a little bit of time with the M44, but we'll be opening up the top part of the wall with that. So so far a pretty conservative hold, looking from Void's side of things. Not pushing up too far and not taking too much ground. Does look like they're trying to play just close to each other, just play a refrag game so far. Skylight Stairwell does look like it's being taken over for free by Void, by MBT right now, and they're pushing through, pre-firing every corner possible, but I mean, sure, not a bad idea either.
Now, Spider again, he's a bit late on the take, but it's fine for him because Void are not punishing him. They're not the kind of team they're gonna do that, at least not just yet. So calculated risks coming out, but very low margin of a risk, really. The Asian friend peeking through the drone hole. We've seen a few kills come out yesterday from Luminescent and Void side. Both PT King with the ace started here, actually, over through the drone hole. Right now he's on defense though, and Civil has made his way over next to the wall, and they're waiting to take down the Kaid charges. They don't exactly know where they are, so Spider Gel is just gonna open up a whole line of sight, really. And through the ping, oh, that is some good shots coming out. Unfortunately, it's gonna be onto the Doc, who's gonna promptly heal himself back up. The wall on the right is gonna get opened up by the Thermite, so this double hard breach is working well. Civil takes down PT King, and there's one right close, and the Asian friend, he's gonna go down, it seems. No, the Nomad charge is gonna save him for a while, until, there we go, Steph cleans it up. KGBS onto Detrian.
Void are 3-4 right now with a minute left. They still have the advantage. Yeah, sure, Bachelor had to use some of the syringes, and doesn't look like Spider's going to be able to get this. Oh, he will be able to get this. How is he allowed to get that? That is such a dangerous position and not a very favorable angle either. So a couple of shots coming in from both sides. It does look like a couple of pings, a little bit of information coming down. Won't be able to connect any of the shots though. Bachelor pushes through. Does look like SMZ does get collected by the MP5. Jabalsi gets cleaned up, Steph gets cleaned out, and it's just Bachelor by himself all alone. Spider Job with a double kill so far, and Civil with a plant. Does look like Spider with a triple kill as well will clean up the rest of the game. So there we go. MBT win round 2, and Void are gonna rotate one more time because they're just not on the ball right now, and you're not really clicking with its defense.
Spider Gel, an absolutely monstrous 3K, and it was very of a turtle setup from Team Void and did not work out for them, not at all. The control that MBT got meant that they could play almost with full impunity. They didn't really have to worry about anything from Void's side until they started making the site execute happen. And that meant that, well, MBT take their time, they get their drones, they have the information, all that setup happens, and then the execute comes out, which means that MBT are going to be obviously having the upper hand. Void are playing too passive over here, and we saw them lose the first round from over-aggression, so the oscillation that's coming out from Team Void isn't the greatest, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like they didn't really play to their strengths on that defense. Sure, they've got great gunfight, but the element of surprise is where Detrian really shines in a lot of situations, along with, I'd say, PT King, and Steph as well. Steph has some fantastic flanks. I'm not sure why he wasn't roaming as well as he was, but it looked alright in the start. It just fell apart in the end because, like I said, not to their strengths and not the best defense coming out from them. So, moving on into this so far, it does look like Detrian is going to be rotating up into the office hallway. Has the silencer on that shotgun. It's still loud as heck though. I'm telling you now, you can still hear that thing a mile away. Just won't have the bullet traces come through or the indicators for where those shots are coming from. The Asian friend will be trying to maybe play a aggressive angle here, try to clear out a little bit of utility on the entrance on the blue stairs, and maybe even dropping down to the open area since KGPS is giving it the okay and the all clear.
Now, it's going to be a similar take from MBT side at the very least. Flashbang's going to go out, burn out the ADS, Nomad charge at the top, making sure no one's going to surprise them And drone setup, this is very, very good from MBT. I'm very impressed. They are taking this absolutely seriously. The drone setup is perfect. The Nomad usage is also perfect. So the Nomad ban on the first map made sense, but it just wasn't used well enough by Team Void. And now, on their own map pick right now, they are 2-0 down. They're not looking too good on this defense either, even though they're still 5v5 with half the round to go.
Oh my gosh, a very risky position coming in from Spider. The electric claw a little late, obviously, and they will hear that go off. A couple of pre-fires from Spider Gel, and he will rotate over to another site. Just so we know, though, I mean, it's been brought to my attention that, you know what, this is actually Void's map pick. So the fact that they're not doing well on this defense speaks so well for Team MBT. And oh my gosh, one goes down. Jabowski gets refragged. Does look like maybe another goes down as well. A flurry of kills from both sides. 2 members each will get picked up. And Spider Gel is still happily chipping away at this hatch because he's got to do his job. And Sybil's already secured the bottom of the blue stairs. So now that the hatch is open, they've got a little bit more secured for themselves. They will get that wall open. And it does look like a 3-2 situation may just pay dividends for MBT as they are starting to clean this up. So great refrags coming from MBT and Void right now, but you're going to start this plant up and you're going to have to try to bait a little bit of utility before it's too late. 25 seconds left on the clock. 3 gas grenades are going to be enough. A couple of C4s left in their back pocket as well. Bachelor takes a little bit of damage. He's going to have to heal that up. Detrian gets taken off the board, but Stev misses the gas grenades. The plant that's huge. The plant is successful. KGBS collects Bachelor. KGBS is the only one able to stop this. And oh my gosh, the gas grenades go up. Stev as well rotates over. He may just throw one upstairs just to cover his back. But it does look like, oh no, the SMG is held sideways. And oh, there we go. He will collect that kill as well onto KGBS. Civil all the way back, all the way in the back of the server. And one crossfire coming in from Spider. They're waiting for the right moment. He's going to be pushing through. And oh my gosh, he collects one more kill. He doesn't actually collect this, but Spider Gel clutches it. Round 3. So close. Stev almost had that. But Spider Gel, the man himself, finds the kill, saves the round from what was almost the biggest throw of the night.
Jibausi, he tried to make up for his missed smoke grenades as best as he could. And that thermite really was caught napping Civil behind the server stack. And Spider Gel 2 almost messed that up without covering sufficiently. But
wait, was that Steph or was that Steph or Jabausi?
It was it was Stev.
Oh yeah,
of course, on the smoke. So that was very nearly a clutch from Stev. We've seen him do these kinds of plays on the smoke yesterday against Luminescent, but MBT just seem to be a step above right now, and they're leading 3-0 on Void's map pick.
Yeah, Spider Gel is a fragger after all, and the man does know what he's doing. So glad to see that that turned out well for MBT. Currently 3-0 against Void. What? These guys have really stepped up their game since the break, Infian. Like, we're seeing all these lower tier, lower ranked, lower seeded players and teams just fight each other out, and it's just turning into huge upsets non-stop. And, you know, Nex aren't a low seed team either. They're 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed. And if Void lose this map, right, if they don't at least get 1 point, that is going to be Void in the Challenger League for Season 10.
Oh man. Do they get to play relegation matches, Infian?
No, that's just straight down into the Challenger League, and you can come back up to Season 11 of the Pro League, but you're gonna have to play the entire season of Challenger League and finish top 2.
Well, you know what? They'll be down there with Script, so they'll have
if Script want to try again.
Oh, they have to qualify. They have to go all through a qualifier again for it.
Yep.
Surely they're gonna go through. Maybe they haven't given up just yet. Does look like, oh yeah, he's waiting for the right moment so he can throw this C4 through. He's not on soft surface just yet, but it does look like he's waiting for the right time to be able to do the sneaky C4 peeky.
So KGBS, he's gonna place one of his Nomad air jabs on stairs, disabling the push up from Team Void. Detrian, the one to fall again. He's been the opening death for Void so much, ever since he's come back since the break. And of course, as an entry fragger, you're gonna have a lot of opening deaths, but you need to start balancing them out with opening kills and just kills in general. It just feels, and I don't have stats for this, but it just feels that Detrian's dying a little bit too often, and Void are often on the back foot from the get-go.
It does seem like that from this recent match here, and this in the recent last 2 days. He hasn't had the best of luck, but whenever he does pop off, he has huge comebacks. So we can't count him out just yet until we have these right stats, but maybe CGG could provide that for us if someone's gone through and has calculated it. We'll have to see if it actually comes through or not, but what we do know right now, Spider Gel, the man himself, the man of the hour, is pushing through the top of Skylight Stairwell, rotating through. Here's a couple of pre-fire shots that get thrown at him, but none connect, of course. Jabalsi picks up 1 kill with the SMG-11. Die Asian friend onto PT King. A very good kill so far. A plant going down for a civil. Absolutely free. They're getting away with it. And you know what? They didn't even take down these castle barricades, and that's leading up into their advantage. Because now they have to only hold one angle. Jabalsi has to rotate all the way through the archives, all the way through the offices. Spider Jal's gonna get... Oh, is he down? No, he's waiting for the right moment. He's prone in the little corner behind the half wall, but he wins the duel onto Bachelor with the pistol. Jabalsi now trying to push in onto this plant. Got too many angles to cover. Does rotate through. He's gonna cover it. Everyone upstairs, but you know what? It does look like MPT secure another round. Jabalsi's gonna rotate through, and he will get collected by, I think, Spider Jal. There we go. Clutch after clutch. Spider cleans it up. Void are just nowhere to be seen. They are not turning up at all, and they are just falling at the seams. 4-0 now to MPT.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I expected Void to definitely give
just
a lot better.
don't say anything at all, man. Just let it happen, you know.
But this is my job, Len. I mean,
I know, man. I'm at a loss for words too. The truth is, what can we say other than wow? MBC are just outperforming everyone's expectations right now. Everyone watching back at home are just sitting there like, what? MBC doing this good? Void, a team that have been performing consistently well against other teams like Nex, Lasay. They did all right against, you know, teams like Xavier and Arrowwolf. Did okay. They didn't win, but you know, they performed better than this. That's for sure. And this is a team that took out Scripts, a team that was so strong in the league as well. I cannot believe it.
it's a surprise for sure. And Team Void, I don't know what's happening to them. This is the final match, and just looking so ineffectual tonight. It's a complete surprise for me. I definitely would not have expected this.
You know what? You sound heartbroken.
No, I'm just confused. Like, I don't know what to say, honestly.
Well,
seriously, like,
that's the truth though. Like, no one knows what to say, but wow, good job, MBT. Spider's really turning up. The guy went from Challenger League to Pro. No, he even go to Challenger League. He went straight to Pro League, and you know what? MBT saw value in him. Yeah, from being a streamer and a content creator to being who, by the way, has a very happening stream on Facebook. The guy has a lot of viewers. They all turn up. He's got a few hundred viewers half the time. So check out his stream if you guys want. The guy's a full-time streamer. Support the local scene, I suppose, over on Facebook. But I mean, getting back to the game, 2 minutes down, nothing's happened for this attack so far. They're opening a couple of walls up, but it does look like the defense are just taking their time, putting down a lot of this utility and just really perfecting their cleanup here.
Stev is gonna get things started well enough for his team. SMZ goes down and Hibana off the board. That's okay because they have 2 more hard breaches. So that triple hard breach coming out yet again. MBT also opting to go for it. It's a very insurance heavy setup, and it's not like any of those 3 hard breaches are poor fraggers. So if you want them to frag, if you want them to play support, and that's too near, not quite far enough from PT King.
Stev gets Stev takes up KGPS, and it does look like he's doing a fair job for his team so far. Spider's going to get onto the wall right now. Mavericks worked out quite well for him, but it does look like he is going to be in a bit of a pickle. He's going to have to clutch just one more time for his team. He's doing a fair job so far. A couple of holes do pop up. Jabausi is trying to get someone to peek these angles as he pushes through. But oh my gosh, not like this, Spider. My dude. Oh my gosh, he's going to get started on this wall. He's going to open it up very dangerously. He's going to expose his head as he does that, and there we go. That's why you don't do it like that, man. You're going to do it from an angle on the side. The Jetrian gets picked up by Civil. And he didn't die too early this time. 40 seconds left in the clock. Still some good time for his team. But Diagefriend and Civil are in a bit of a pickle, because Diagefriend's going to have to rotate all the way to his teammate here. They got 30 seconds to clean up 3 members on Void, with PT King rotating all the way up and now trying to cut off any rotations down the main hall. He hears him push. They have maybe a couple of drones on a little bit of that info, but oh my gosh, a couple of shots on the backside do end up in PT King collecting from the front. And Void clean round 5 on this defense here, so...
Finally.
They're still salvaging something, Infian.
Very important round for them. If they're 5-0 down, or even 5-1 down heading into the second half, that would be the map pretty much over, because the way MBT are playing, I don't think they're going to give them any quarter when it comes to their own defense. So it needs to be at least a 4-2 for Void for them to stand any chance of making the comeback happen. And after map number 1, after what we're seeing so far, this is not even MBT's map pick, reminding you for the 3rd time, guys. If they're looking so good, what can Void do really? It's a lot of the small things adding up, as well as the overall big picture. Void's strategies on defense just not able to repel MBT's attacks.
Not efficiently and not consistently either, so they finally picked up 1 round for themselves, 5 rounds in. 6th round here, it does look like they're going to go with PT King on that Vigil, and Jabausi on the Ella. So interesting enough, Detrian swapped over onto the Pulse, and that was, I think, PT Jabausi before?
Yeah, PT King was, he was the one who used the 6th pick onto the Vigil. So, I mean, I don't know. PT King was the Pulse in the previous round, of course, yes. And he missed that C4, we saw that. So, on this defense, we're gonna see no Mira still, actually. And we're not even seeing a Maestro, even though he's available. So, these 2 choices are a bit confusing for me. But, you know, I guess they've decided it's not really worth to bring those operators, because they need this lineup a lot more, and PT King is just using the Force for a bit.
An absolutely mad time to be alive right now here on the Southeast Asian Pro League. 2 ADSs, a concussion, and a counter fire from Jabausi up onto the soft catwalk upstairs for the skylight. And PT King trying to hold CEO by himself. 1 member gets down and killed. KGBS collects that for himself and the rest of MBT. While PT King starts to get cornered on all sides. He's going to try to collect this 1 kill. He doesn't actually collect it. My Asian friend will be able to collect. Oh, he actually goes down to the SMG-12. But PT King's drops super low as well. SMZ will be able to counter and collect that kill. And does look like the Asian friend will be able to withstand and get picked up. So, sure. The diffuser is outside. They're going to have to come pick that up. Jabausi's still on the blue stairs, and it still looks like a good defense for Void, but they are sorely down on man count. It should have been a 3-3, but he didn't finish off the Asian friend in time, unfortunately.
So now moving on, we are seeing the setup come out. The triple hard breach setup is so safe. So as you said, you know, losing Thermite, not really that much of a problem. They still have the man count advantage, but they have to deal with a fair bit of utility from the defense's side. They have 3 smoke grenades, I think, and a C4 from Detrian. Jabausi too. He's gonna try and do what damage he can with his Ella mines. And KGBS, he might be going for the long flank through garage. And that's right, hello there. Spider Jaw is the one being taken out, so it's just the Hibana left. KGB is checking for the camera. He's safe. They have the time, so this is the benefit that MBT has been afforded by their very efficient roam clear. Something that Void didn't quite have on Consulate at least. And Detrian, you can't see for there, so he's thinking about it. He's given the information. Now he sees push in coming out from main stairs. Is he going to spot out KGBS? You can see him working through from the outline inside of the garage. The players, the other two, are just stalling for KGBS to get into position. SMG is actually going to get a kill, and now KGBS comes into play.
He's pushing up the garage, the loading dock area now, and does look like a couple of members from the main hall.
Oh.
One will get clicked. No, he won't. Detrian misses the kill. He picks up one into the Asian friend, but he won't be able to do it in the second. And oh my god, he cleans up with a triple kill. Cleans it up, and Team Void save another round. I cannot believe this. Look at this man. I told you, man. When he turns up big, dude. This guy's insane.
Detrian, God, this guy. If he doesn't get the opening death, this guy in late game, I think this is the second or third time you're seeing him in this season 10 that he has done this, just absolutely ham. It's a strong position from him, and he actually gave it away with the shots initially, but somehow MBT did not capitalize, and Detrian doesn't make the same mistake twice. This time when he got up, his shots rang true. And down went MBT one by one, pulling off that brilliant 1v3 clutch and keeping his team alive. And actually, I went to look at the rules just now.
Defenders.
If you look at the round differential, this is getting very tight, by the way, guys. So
Okay.
look at the rules.
Lay it on us.
If you look at the round differential, Luminescent, when they lost their map to Void, they lost it 7-5.
Okay.
And when Void lost the map, when Void lost the map, they lost it 7-4.
Okay.
So the tiebreakers, how they go is, the first thing is mini league points. So if Void ties up this map, them and Luminescent will both be on 8 points. So that doesn't matter. So moving on to the next one is the mini league, which is same as head to head, by the way. Mini league round difference. And that one round that Luminescent got extra over Team Void, we'll see them survive in the Pro League if the Void is able to get the draw here. So Void right now, they have to get the 3 points on this map. That's the only way they're gonna survive.
No way. Are you telling me Luminescent are gonna forfeit the first round and still...
Yeah, the first map, the forfeit.
They're still gonna forfeit it and still come back and still have a chance at staying in the Pro League after a blunder like that, after their first half of this season's performance just completely thrown out the window, and then they just take one map off next, and then oh my gosh, this game is turning way too tight for Comfort. PT King picks up Diasian Friend. MBT lose one of their biggest fraggers on that team already, and that's your mute as well. So a couple of floors to play with, and it does look like 1 minute has passed on the clock so far. The first round for attack on Void, they have to turn this around. They have to show that they are the superior attack team, and they have better communication, better coordination, and they're gonna walk right into the Jaeger. No droning and just rushing around. Batcher being too impatient. We've seen him being impatient before. He's looking the wrong direction as well, and Detrian's gonna pre-fire this wall, and he won't connect with anything, and oh my gosh, they're starting to throw away a lead they had that was so good for them.
That was really unfortunate from Bachelor, and not too sure if he's panicking, he is getting stressed, or what's happening behind the scenes. But that was not something you expect. Now Stev, he is making it a bit easier. He's taken out the Asian friend, so that's gonna help.
Yeah, definitely will.
But you know, look at the time. Look at the difference. MPT right now, they're 2 members down. But they've taken one off from Void, and it's just 1 minute left for Team Void. MBT, when on their attack, they had so much time to waste away in comparison. Their efficiency on the roam clear compared to Team Void is quite a bit better. And, oh, he sees the head, can't quite land the shots there.
It's just not enough right now, but they're certainly coming back, and they're inching closer. They're gonna have to fight and shoot through these railings. Spider's gonna have to really have that pinpoint accuracy required in order to make this happen. He's gonna peek right here. Oh no, he will lose that little peek battle. Detrian's gonna have to rotate all the way through. He's actually all the way in the back end of the garage. A couple of smoke grenades from him could change the game and change the pace of things. PT King's gonna actually prone all the way in behind the bomb. Actually pushing quite aggressively. Civil is in a bad position right now. They're gonna go for a very aggressive plant. He is right in front, and oh my gosh, Civil picks up one. He picks up the second. He will be able to deny it, but no, Void win through frags, and attackers win round 7. They're still in the game, folks, and they're not giving up just yet. Void are still hanging in, and they almost barely lost that. But they pull through with frags, and they pull through with an aggressive push that MBT just did not read into.
So, poor time management from Void, poor droning as well. But it's just that the fact that they just got the extra frags. The man count was just not strong enough on MBT's side. They couldn't get the trades quickly enough. By the thinnest of margins do they win that. The plant came in so late. I thought the denial would have won MBT the round, but no. So lucky that the peak came out from Red Hall. If not, this would be disaster for Void.
Big upsets really, but let's look at how it's turning out for us so far. So Civil's back here again on the smoke, and he had a good round last round, and he performed well, but it just wasn't enough to clutch it out, and he was essentially at a 1v4 scenario at that point. So good job denying the plant, but unfortunately his teammates were not able to keep themselves alive enough to give him that room to readjust and find time to keep himself safe. Hatch is getting done by KGBS, and he's going to rotate back to site. No Jackal to worry about. The anchor should be able to do as he pleases. But
5 seconds to go.
right now, Infian, Void are just barely clinging on, and they finally brought the scoreline back into an even standing.
Yeah, almost there. And just one more round from Team Void. If they can continue to pull off their attacks, whether by hook or by crook, whether it is smooth or it is choppy, they just need to keep reeling those round wins off. And at the end of the day, it is the result that matters, not the manner with which it came.
Bachelor's going to be rotating through. Does look like they will be able to just move in, get a couple of preliminary things.
Did you not see the head?
PT King, excuse me, did you not see that? Oh my gosh, if they actually manage to pick up a kill on this, the Asian fan actually, yeah, there we go. The Asian fan actually gets punished for that. It should not have been the case, but I mean, he should have died anyway. You know what I mean? Like, he should have died earlier. He should have died earlier, and it shouldn't have been as hard as it was. But they essentially get almost a free kill. They didn't have to spend that utility, but they did. So, Detrian's going to be over on the back end, and now that Dokebi has frag grenades, she's turned into a fantastic fragger and a fantastic flanker as well. Being able to use a global ability like calling cell phones from virtually any position, and oh my gosh, SMC collects a nice kill at the Stev, and there goes Josephia. There goes a lot of utility, 2 concussions and 2 impacts, really.
Yeah, this is 4v4 and they still have server side control halfway into the round. It is not a quick clear, and Bachelor's also taking a lot of damage over here. Needs to be wary of a C4. It looks like someone's priming for it, or at least for a standard peak. Civil's not going to get it. No C4 flies out as well, so Bachelor kind of lucky in that regards. So, moving on. It is 1 minute left in the round. 30 seconds have just gone by like this. The only progress that Void has made is opening that hatch. The rest of Team Void, PT King's going into archives. Are they trying to switch late game to a main stairs and back push? No. PT King, is he going for the garage push? No, he's not even doing that. He's confused.
Oh my gosh, I don't think he realized. I think the communication's a bit off here.
Yeah.
They're not exactly sure what he's trying to achieve, but we do know that Bachelor has this angle here. He takes out the Artilliclaw like it doesn't really matter at this point. And Detrian's going to throw a couple of smoke grenades to cut off line of sight while they push through. Hopefully... Oh no, that's a double C4 from Spider Gel. The man himself denies the plant, denies the push, and Bachelor gets taken out by Civil as well. There we go, MBT win round 8. and Void are starting to lose that traction, that momentum that they've been building up so fast.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Void anymore. And I said if they get the result, it would be fine. But we talked about this earlier on, how scrappy Void's round wins have been. And eventually the scrappiness will come back to bite you. They got the lead-off kill in this round. They couldn't quite keep the man advantage. And Spider Jowl, I mean, what can I say? That C4 is so punishing, especially because of how little time was left. There's 20 seconds when the C4 went out. 2 members down. You have to throw out your game plan. You don't know what to do. You have to push for frags. And unless the defending team makes a severe mistake, like what this bomb site choice might be, you're not going to get the round win.
This is an interesting time to be in the Southeast Asian Pro League, when a team just that performs like marginally well gets this close to relegation from a team that just did not perform well at all. You know, just like, what's happening? How is this allowed to happen? So, aside from the fact that I'm losing my voice very slowly and very surely, Spider Jaw's going to be playing Capcan this time, so a very different operator, but he's still got that C4, so he's still very potent, very aggressive, and he can pick up multi-kills like he did before. The guy is pulling through for his team like mad, and it's definitely going to be paying off for them as they push through. So SMZ is going to be on that Jaeger, rotating through. They've actually opened up the play area all the way into the archives as well, and that should allow them to control the entire map quite well. We see them play these sites in this manner just because they actually turn the open area into a kill box, because that's exactly how it ends up being when you try to defend it from inside.
Now, Bachelor, very careful, almost gets his drone destroyed on the Kai charge. Team Void, again, the time management is not quite there. Detrian, he's going solo. He tried to bring a Nook on the previous map. It was okay for him, not amazingly successful. Interesting choice to put the Claymore there is something that we've not quite seen MBT utilize. But Stev, once again, getting the lead-off kill. It is KGPS, and there's one right below him.
Oh!
And that's an unfortunate timing on the weapon swap. C4 goes up. Bachelor, he's gonna lose his life. Spider Jowl does get traded by Stev, but it's too little too late from Stev. They have the man advantage, but they've lost Bachelor. They've lost 2 frag grenades, a lot of the soft destruction as well. And Stev,
That's a trade I take any day, dude. I would take that trade any time of the day. Just, that hammer doesn't run out. You know, in a Pro League match, you never see anyone run out of use with that hammer. He's got 2 frag grenades, like you said. There's a lot of utility. But the Capcan EDD is already down. He's not going to lose anything, and he's just a weak SMG with no recoil. But sure, yeah, you know. No recoil, but he uses C4. He has no more utility available to him, and Stev is going to now push through. And it looks like he will be able to win that trade. Picks up a triple kill. Civil cleaning up one onto Detrian. It does look like they're pushing through. A little bit of droning goes through for them as well. They are trying to cross their T's and dot their I's right now. But 2 to 3 right now in this kind of positioning, it may just be advantageous for them. The Asian friend is a little bit low. They have no dock available for them to heal them up. And it does look like they are going to be trying to rotate all the way to the back end by the kitchen entrance.
so this is such a poor bomb site that now when you have such a man advantage, it becomes hard. But this is where we saw BC in North America pull off crazy 1v3.
No way.
And the Asian friend do it too. He has an ACOG. BC had a Maestro, and he's gonna tag up. No, he's not. PT King actually survives, and making his way inside is Jibausi over on the other side, hit by a Nomad air jab. The shots are gonna come in. Plant goes down successfully. Flashbangs, everything is coming out right now. Another air jab.
No way.
Asian friend flat on his back twice. Wasted so much time. He has no information as well. He needs to make a very, very long flank, and Void are ready and waiting. They even have the vertical game plan. This isn't going to work out for the Asian friend.
He's got to
wait.
No way. I mean, the amount of time. Yeah, no, this is it. Void have won this round, and there we go. Round 9 going to Team Void. Even if he got those kills, he would not have been able to rotate downstairs again and actually got the defuse there. So they're working out quite well. Void here on this attack. They're still inching their way in trying to take this win out. And it's turning out to be one heck of a night. They can't let MBT take another round in here.
Yeah.
As soon as MBT take one more round, that's it. Void's relegated. If they tie, like you said, they're relegated. They cannot let MBT
Instantly.
No way.
There is no Pro League, relegation matches to be played. If MBT gets one more round, that's it. The fate is sealed for Void.
It's actually insane to think that Void, after coming so far, are going to just drop out of this, and MBT going to come in, locking them out of the Pro League in such a manner. Oh man, I cannot believe they're going back for this hold one more time, and they're trying to force this one out. Void read it into it before. Can they read into it again and counter the strategy? They performed well, but was it MBT just not winning these gunfights, or was Void playing really well?
MBT, what they lost out on was the trades. Void's trades were fast and furious. The moment they lost a man, they got one back. And look at how closely arrayed the kills are on MBT's side. Whereas Detrian and Battle not quite able to pull their weight right now on Bank. And that is concerning. Because if they have not been able to make this as comfortable as it should have been. They are strong players. They picked this map and just unable to switch on.
They're gonna have to just really lock in on this win, and they just have to play flawlessly for 3 rounds back to back. Can Void do it? I'm not sure, because they have been inconsistent. They've been winning rounds on and off, and it just hasn't been enough moving into this current matchup between MBT and Void. Stev's gonna push in quite brazenly. He has journeyed it up for himself, and it does look like he will be able to take over the executive hallway, as well as Detrian pushing down main hallway now to put some air jabs down. So he's still got one in his back pocket. No more pinball for the Asian friend, I suppose. That was actually quite unfortunate, but they are going to be droning it out, clearing out the lobby as well, making sure that no one is going to be behind them. Hopefully they droned out over by the ATMs as well, although they don't need to. But they will just do a little bit of droning and just double checking for themselves and each other as they push in. PT King's going to be rotating all the way over into the spiral staircase, and he's just checking his drones to make sure over in cafeteria he knows that there's still some members left on site.
Now halfway through the round, no picks on either side, but that's not too bad. As I said, this is a poor bomb site to defend. It's hard to hold on to. The archive supporting hold is very important. Previously, it was cleared out fairly easily. By this time, you had picks coming out, so that is a bit of a concern. But archive sellers, it's definitely easier to hold without the added benefit of, without the added drag of open area. Spider Jowl is going to help out. Detrian goes down, so he is going to struggle.
Oh no!
Continuously, and SMZ. Does he see this? He hears Shirley. Bachelor goes in. He's get one kill. And Stev, he gets traded out by SMZ. And shots coming out from behind. SMZ collects the kill and repositions. So it's a 3v4. What can MBT do? Can they consign Void to the Challenger League?
Oh no!
Poor timing. So unlucky. But the C4 goes out. It is wasted. That is good. That is a lot of plant are gone. Civil though, he's taken down Jibausi and is getting frantic.
No!
Oh no! This is just a 1v4.
I cannot believe it.
King, 1v3. What can he do? It's really a 1v2, but it's 15 seconds left. Unless he pulls off one of the craziest clutches, and we saw 1v3 from Deadford, remind you. This is not gonna happen. And oh, he gets one. Can he get the last? It is all up to KGBS. He needs to stay alive, but PT King cannot find him. And that is the end of Team Void in the Pro League for Season 10. They're gonna have to play in the Challenger League. Luminescent survive. And even though there's one more round left in this matchup, at the very least, it doesn't matter.
It's all gone away. PT King was just inches away from saving that round, bringing Void into a 5-5 lineup. giving them 2 more chances to save this game and save their spot in the league. But no, it's all gone now, Infian. Just like you said, they are now relegated. Luminescent officially have more rounds and more points than them, and MPT have solidified and sealed their fate. MPT now stay in the Pro League as well, and they have, from the last win, they solidified that, but now they've also sealed Void away. They put the talisman down on their coffin, and they're going back into the Challenger League. They're not coming back for another season, folks. Maybe they might if they fight through it. And yes, I believe they can. I believe they have what it takes in order to come back into the Southeast Asian Pro League and play amongst the best in the region. But man, it's going to be one uphill battle, and man, it's not going to be easy for MBT and for Void and for everyone having to... Oh my gosh, my brain is not even working right now. Void have an uphill battle in Challenger League, but they certainly can do it.
I mean,
10 seconds
that's the end of Void for this season, at least. I mean, they can come back, as you said, for season 11. MBT themselves, the current opponents, did that. They went through a significant roster change. A lot of chopping and changing was involved. A lot of grief initially. But oh, the Asian friend over here, late placement, but he gets away with it. But yes, if MBT can do it, go through Challenger League, come back to the Pro League, and come back a lot stronger than you were, to a point where you're doing this, then surely Void can do it too.
Absolutely. But we have to acknowledge that all these new gunners coming into the scene are going to change the landscape of the Southeast Asian Pro League, Infian. These guys are new. They're coming in like they've never had before, and it's just... It's fantastic to see how it's going to turn out, and that MBT and Void... I'm still lost for word. It's just an amazing... What an amazing day we've had so far. What an amazing night of Southeast Asian Pro League. With the biggest upsets, the biggest changes, and Luminescent bringing 2 upsets. And just flipping 2 predictions on its head. In one game, not even playing it.
Yeah, I mean, they are like, alright, we only need 1 game. It doesn't matter if it qualifies. We're going to show you the best Siege we've ever played.
And they did.
They did. I mean, Next Esports, I can't believe they made them look like that. So poor on console, Bank. And KGBS is gonna just start turning the screws in additional hurt onto Team Void, or rather an act of mercy, making this quick as possible. PT King, he looks a bit deflated. If I were to read something from a 2D in-game character, Siva flies out, he dodges that. What can he do, really? His shotgun is gonna be playing against. It's gonna kill the guy.
Okay.
That friend goes down. Okay, that's good. And from below, he's gonna he's gonna miss the shots. Battle is gonna collect it. He eats a Capcan trap, and it's not too bad. 3v3. He's looking for the any Maestro Evil Eyes. He can't quite see them.
And oh man, you know what? This is 35 seconds left in the clock, and they're not even down on site yet to make this happen. I mean, sure, Stev's down there, but they haven't opened the wall up. They haven't started to get to work on it. Bachelor's gonna have to make a little hole for them to crawl through. It's not gonna be the easiest thing for them to achieve right now. Sure, they can actually make it work, but with 14 seconds left on the clock, that needs to be the right size for them to make this happen. It's with a smoke grenade.
Oh, this smoke is too deep.
Oh, it's too deep. It's too deep. Oh my gosh, he cleans up 1. He will be able to clean up a second. No! MBT win, and there we go. They take 2 maps of Void. GG will play to MBT. The Malaysia Pro League team stays in the league, and they show exactly what they've got, and that they deserve to be in the Pro League. They deserve to be here. Sure, they had a rough start for the season 10, but coming into the end of it, they have polished up, and you know what? They're looking better than ever.
Commiserations to Team Void, of course. Tried their best, but the best wasn't enough. Also rocked by a roster change when Revek left, and Jordan as well. So they were playing with their backs up against the wall. The fact that they got this close is a definite testament to their abilities. And now in the Challenger League, of course, for Season 10, which will start off soon, they're going to be able to climb back up. I have faith. They just need a lot more time to work through the kinks. And I expect to see them in Season 11 of the Pro League. Them and Script Esports, I expect these names to be back.
Yeah, right now, if we look at the other Challenger League teams, there's no way these guys are gonna go and say and just roll over. I don't expect these guys to give up. I don't expect these guys to fold just because they got relegated or they got disqualified. Sure, fix your roster, change it up a little bit, but you guys are still arguably the best in the scene. You've been around for some of the longest times possible. Fix what you've got going on, bring it back, and clean that up. Very well done so far to MBT. I am so proud of you guys. I cannot believe you guys pulled that through in such stylish and amazing manner. If anyone was the MVP, I'm gonna give it to Spider Jow. The guy clutched back to back. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe he played so well. Oh,
and look,
fantastic!
We're calling Spider Jow the MVP. Last season, what was he doing? He was streaming on Facebook. That was it. That was his involvement with Rainbow Six. Comp experience wasn't quite there, and when he initially came in, he looked very rough around the edges, and we were kind of doubting what MBT saw in him. But clearly, this is why I'm not making the decisions on a pro team, because my goodness, they saw the potential, and he has clearly worked so hard. Hats off to him. Hats off to MBT. 2 seasons back, MBT was looking so poor. I cannot even begin to tell you when they got relegated in Season 8. They were looking completely undeserving of the Pro League spot, and the changes they made after that have been insane. And Void are gonna need to do some soul searching for sure. Put some practice in, maybe do a roster change, but perhaps not, given the fact that that's what they've been struggling with, it seems. So that is really it for tonight's games. Next esports, surprised and stunned by Luminescent. Luminescent taking the fight to Team Void and MBT in that sense, and Team Void just not good enough to survive in the Pro League. It's unfortunate, really.
Definitely a very shallow performance and not at the best of their abilities so far. We've definitely seen Void perform far better and in far greater fashion as well. Shadows of their former selves, really. These I wouldn't say it's the roster changes. The rosters coming through for this second half of the season for Season 10 definitely looking much stronger. Don't forget, next season, boys and girls, we'll be seeing MBT still in the Pro League, but under a different name. They're going to be Impetus Gaming. They're reverting back into their original name. So a different logo and a different branding all over. But generally, these guys are going to be strong, solidified, and it's going to look they're going to look very confident. I'm hoping to see them grow in the time off from the Pro League. This is their last match. They don't have to play anymore, I'm sure. Unless I'm wrong.
MBT plays tomorrow.
Oh, right, they do.
They play Xavier.
Yeah.
But it doesn't... It's really pretty much... It's a dead rubber. Yeah, they might have some swap in position with Lasey. In fact, actually, they are above Lasey. So if Lasey wins 2-0 and MBT loses 2-0, then the positions will swap.
Wait, MBT's above Lasey?
Yeah, because let's say at 13 points, MBT with the 6 points collected tonight, they go up to 19.
Oh boy! Wait, weren't they at 7 before?
MBT goes up to MBT goes up to 16. But yeah, they're still above. Let's say have 13. It's really unlikely that the positions are going to be changing because, I mean, look at the opposition tomorrow. It's going to be Airwolf and Xavier Esports, really. So it's quite likely that it's going to stay Team MBT in 4th, let's say in 5th, Next in 3rd, and of course Xavier and Airwolf in 1st and 2nd. Luminescent survive by the skin of their teeth. Them and Team Void, they're not going to be playing again, as you said. That is the end of the Season 10 of the Pro League for them.
they're gonna have to
Team
go
Void.
back and lick their
Yeah.
wounds. You know, they're gonna have to come back stronger. It's not about giving up at this point. Surely, it just means that our scene is developing, and that everyone is upskilling. It's about time that we have more people upskill and actually perform better. Sure, yes, every region is improving at the same time, but we have to reach that threshold standard that's going to be able to say that, you know what, these Southeast Asian teams are just as good as every other region. And it's and I'm going to be honest, the only teams at international standard in the Southeast Asian region would probably be Aerowolf and Xavier, because we see them consistently go to these lands and they perform at these lands. And yeah, they don't win against like Norarengo and Fnatic, but guess what? I mean, the Japanese scene's changing as well. Norarengo's changing. Fnatic's
Orang was looking really weak.
Yeah.
Surprisingly. I cannot believe it, by the way. And over on Korean side, we have the qualifiers confirmed as well. Cloud9 and Trippy.
Oh.
So Skazi.
Okay, so
Skazi, formerly ageless, they're not going to be at the APAC finals this season. So that's unfortunate.
let's say you're still above MBT, 13 to 13 with a
Yeah,
I think it's a
that's
5-round
because
differential.
the current one hasn't been filled in, the last map on Bank. So once that changes, MBT is going to go on top of Lasay.
Interesting.
So yeah, we have Southeast Asia decided. We have Korea decided. Japan, though, that one's still up in the air, and it's going to be the current game that's going on right now. Actually, Guts Gaming versus Unsold Stuff Gaming, and tomorrow FAV Gaming versus Guts Gaming. That's going to decide the two APAC final spots for them. Fnatic, Wildcard, and Oddity, of course, are the ANZ teams. The three of them that are in contention. So lots of stuff happening over here.
Oh, man.
This is the tally over here inside of Southeast Asia you saw, and these are the matches for tomorrow.
So Lasay versus Aerowolf is gonna be interesting. Seeing Lasay face off against the Aero Dogs, it's not like Aerowolf have anything to lose, but Lasay are definitely, they have everything to lose. Really, they could completely drop out and lose that top 4 position, and to top 4, they get prize money. They don't want to have to lose that just this yet. So this is a big game for them. Not only for the prize money and their position in the league, but also because Aerowolf and Lasay have this thing where, Lasay always just comes super close to beating them, but they just always fall short. So can they change this around? They've trained for the entire break. They trained hard. I was there, of course, watching them. But I don't know what's happening with their current roster. They've obviously... I'm no longer involved, and they're changing things around. They're changing the roster around. They're changing the players around as well. And their roles in the team. No roster changes, really. But can they make something happen? Can they make these changes work for them against a team like Aerowolf that have been so surgical and so smart and so logical in their decision-making? Despite the recent turnout against Xavier, which was just wild, really.
Yeah, right, you are now. That is really the end of Day 12 of the Southeast Asian Pro League, honestly. And what a night it has been. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's been Infian Ewok and Lan. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.